Citi Field in New York. The New York Mets play the Cincinnati Reds. Mets baseball is presented in HD by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. Just 2 games to go in the regular season, and Jose Reyes is in the tightest batting race ever. Reyes leads by 5 100,000ths of a point. Make it 3 100,000ths of a point. It's even closer. Now, we don't know if Reyes is going to be back next year, but we know Terry Collins is, and the year beyond, as the Mets have picked up the option on his contract. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen, along with Ron Darling and Keith Hernandez, as the Mets play their penultimate game of the 2011 season as they take on the Cincinnati Reds. And the Mets announced today that they've picked up the option on Terry Collins' contract. He was signed through next year. Now they've picked up the option through 2013. I think this is great news for the stability of the New York Mets.
Well, I kind of felt that this was a given, and I think it's one of the positive steps going forward for this organization. I think Sandy Alderson made an excellent choice. And Terry Collins, this ball club had a lot of negativity coming in spring that we talked about. He was always positive. This club had so many injuries, and for them, I know they're not going to finish 500, but for them to play like they played and have the record they have with all the key injuries during the course of a season, he deserves the extension.
And Sandy Alderson, making the announcement, said no matter what went wrong this year, Terry never used any of the injuries or the uncertainty as an excuse.
And that's very rare. And when you see managers, usually they try to push some of the blame towards someone. And it also worked the other way around. You had a guy, Terry Collins, was behind his team all year long. He said, listen, I'm behind these guys. They're playing hard. They're doing everything I think they should be doing and playing the game right. And it was also reflected in that clubhouse. Never did you see any backbiting. Never did you have any players going up to people and saying, hey, well, I think he could have done this or could have done that. There was none of that. They had each other's backs.
So Terry Collins is signed for 2 more years. Jose Reyes is signed for 2 more days. But the Mets are hoping, whether he's back next year or not, that he provides them their first ever batting champion. And last night he went a long way toward doing that.
Well, he got 3 hits last night. And, you know, Jose, the last couple of games, around 3 or 4 or 5 games, has not had a hit in his first at bat. But, boy, he gets rolling with the flow of the game. And, boy, he had a big night. He needed that, the big 3-hit night. Now, Ryan Braun pinched hit in last night's ballgame. Had a pinch hit double. They're just about locked at 334 right now. 2 days left. The important thing is Reyes is 1 hour ahead in the time zone. He can get the hit first. Braun's going to be hearing about it. We'll see it. I'm sure they're going to show it in the scoreboard. He can put the pressure on Braun. I'm pulling for Jose.
And tomorrow the Mets have a day game and the Brewers have a night game, and that'll get even more complicated as the teams wrap up their season. So the Mets trying to finish on a high note. Reyes trying to win a batting championship. All that coming up tonight on SNY. York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. By Partners Executive Transportation. Let Partners chauffeur you safely to and from the ballpark. Call them at 800-894-9414 or visit them online at partnersexecutive.com. By Bud Light Lime, the just right taste of Bud Light with a refreshing splash of 100% natural lime flavor. By your Tri-State Ford dealers. And by State Farm, today's State Farm agent of the day, let's face it, of the decade, is Pat Cawley in Glendale, New York. Contact Pat's office at patcawley.org.
Hall of Famer.
Visit the official online shop of the Mets at Mets.com. Browse the largest selection of authentic team gear, including official caps, t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Shop the Mets.com shop. Here's your Mets upcoming schedule. Remember, all Mets games on SNY are available in HD, presented by IOTV, and you can listen to every Mets game on Sports Radio 66 WFAN. One more game tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Then we're done till April the 5th next year. Oh, I forgot about spring training. Port St. Lucie, somewhere around the 1st of March. Chris Capuano getting ready for his final start of the year. First pitch coming right up. Reds brought to you by Ford. Joey Votto, not the MVP this year as he was last year, but having another tremendous year for the Reds. Drew Stubbs, who sat out last night, gets a start with his 204 strikeouts in the number 2 spot in the order. And Todd Frazier from Toms River, New Jersey, playing third base tonight.
Here come the troops. Capuano, one of the few major league starting pitchers you'll see run to his position
with a bounce in his step.
Right. There's his numbers for this season, trying to get even at 12-12, and that would be a great accomplishment for a man removed from a couple years removed from Tommy surgery. His second of his career. He has had a solid year, 159 strikeouts, and one of his starts here a few starts ago was the best start of his career. 9 innings, shutout, 13 punch outs.
And we'll take a look at the Mets defense brought to you by Lexus. So kind of Lexus to do this all year for us, to show the defense. The 31st start in center field for Friday. He's really done wonderfully since getting a chance to play every day. Gary has made note of that. And of course, he is solid center fielder defensively.
Of course, the Mets' entire starting outfield on the shelf for the last few days, and will miss the last 2 games as well. Pagan and Duda with head injuries, and Bay with a sinus infection that had felled them for the final homestand. And so Bay can only sit and watch along with his outfield mates. R.A. Dickey's work is done for the year. He can laugh.
Well, he might be in the pen tomorrow, right?
I guess it's possible. Brandon Phillips leads off for the Reds and swings at the first pitch fastball and fouls it back. Phillips 1 for 5 in the game yesterday, has a 7-game hitting streak as he tries to finish over 300. He's right at 300 right now. And Phillips with tremendous career numbers against Capuano, 12 for 26, a 462 average. I think the greatest thing you can say about Chris Capuano is that he's been able to take the ball every 5th day. David Wright moving to his left, spins around and fires in time to get Phillips. Nice play by David to start the ninth.
Changeup gets Phillips out in front off the end of the bat. David ranges far to his left with the pivot spin move. Nicely done.
So 1 out and nobody on. Here's Drew Stubbs, who appeared as a pinch hitter last night and struck out in his only at bat, and that should come as no surprise because in 595 at bats, Stubbs has struck out 204 times.
That's unheard of.
Only the 2nd player in Major League history to strike out 200 or more times in a season. Mark Reynolds has done it 3 times, although it looks like he'll fall short of 200 this year playing in Baltimore.
Boy. You know, guys, we were talking the other day about hardest to strike out, and we said, boy, I'd like to know the number when they have 2 strikes, who's the hardest to strike out. Well, just the opposite for Mr. Stubbs. When he gets 2 strikes in him, on him, he's usually going down.
54.5% of the time when he gets 2 strikes, he strikes out. And that'll be put to the test here. Capuano, who has more strikeouts than any Met pitcher this year, ahead in the count 1-2 with Joey Votto on deck. Really, the numbers that Elias ran about hitters striking out when they get to 2 strikes, as Stubbs did not go around, pretty much bear out the top 10 in toughest to strike out and in players who have struck out. I thought it might be a little bit different, that some of the players who were toughest to strike out might not appear there because they put the ball in play a lot before they get to 2 strikes. 3-2 now to Stubbs, but Reyes, who leads the league in being toughest to strike out, is also the 2nd hardest to strike out when he gets to 2 strikes. He struck out only 17.9% of the time when he gets to 2 strikes. And there's ball 4, so Stubbs is on with a walk, and the Reds have the first base runner of the night. So 1 out and 1 on. Here's Votto, who drove in a run last night, went 1 for 4. 102 runs batted in for Votto, who leads the league in doubles, leads the league in on base percentage at .418, 108 walks. That also leads the league. 5th in batting at .312, hit over .320 each of the last 2 years. He is one of the star players in this league.
.335 against left-handers on the season, and that's a constant with Votto. He hits lefties year in, year out consistently well, and that's over 170 at bats.
Now, he hasn't hit for quite the power against lefties, just 6 of his 28 home runs, but Keith, what has made him so good against left-hand pitch?
Well, he stays in. He keeps his shoulder in. Nice play by Evans.
And Reyes makes the delayed toss, and it skips by Capuano. Votto takes a turn, and now they may get him, and Capuano does not put the tag on, and Votto gets back. It's a circus out there.
Oh, we're the dancing bears.
First of all, Capuano was to first base in plenty of time. Why did Reyes delay making this throw?
I'll tell you why he delayed making the throw. He's afraid to get hit.
And then Votto, oh man, Capuano gets up.
And Votto doesn't slide.
Oh, where?
Somehow he gets back.
Yeah, Jose's got to unload it. Capuano's there.
because Reyes delayed the throw, Capuano ended up going too far and tripped over the base.
What is going on here?
I mean, that was like the big top. So it goes as a simple 3-6 force play, but gosh, there was so much more to it.
Cue the music.
Wow. So Votto at first base with 2 out. And here is Jay Bruce, who hasn't done nearly as well against lefties as Votto has. Bruce hitting just .234 against lefties.
I think the jingle from Curb Your Enthusiasm will work really well right there.
.31 home runs for Bruce this year, 10 of them against left-handers. Capuano looking to put together a scoreless first inning, something that has eluded him of late, that he was perfect at early in the year. First 16 starts this year, he didn't allow a single first inning run. But now in 9 of his last 14 starts, he has.
Bruce is a very enigmatic player in Cincinnati. They just don't know what to make of him. Sometimes he's the natural, and other days it looks like he doesn't belong here, and that's puzzling.
He drives one deep to right field, back toward the wall, and it's out of here. Jay Bruce with a 2-run homer, his 100th career home run. And he gives the Reds a 2-0 first inning lead.
The natural today.
At least on that pitch. So the Mets unable to turn the double play, and it cost them 2 runs.
Well, that has been what's been going on all year long with this ball club. I don't know why it's so difficult to turn 2. That's a mistake by Capuano, a fastball right down the pipe and down to a left-hander.
Here's Chris Heisey, and he takes a strike. Well, Terry Collins is a manager who has preached playing the game the right way. As you look at Capuano's reaction on Bruce's home run. But there are 2 things this team has desperately got to work on come spring training. One is bunting, and the other is turning double plays, because they have been woefully deficient in both those areas. And for a team that doesn't have a whole lot of, home run firepower, you can't give away run opportunities and give away runs. And both the bunting and the lack of the double play have really cost them.
Boy, it's completely turned around for Cap in the first inning. There's an IOTV pitch differential, want it low and away, and that is, if you put a T on the plate, it would sit right there.
Heisey goes down swinging at the changeup, and that retires the side. Capuano picks up his first strikeout, but not before Jay Bruce's 100th career home run puts the Reds up 2-0. Franco. Jose Reyes battling for a batting title on top by 3/100,000ths of a point. He takes a curveball for a strike from Bronson Arroyo. So it has really come down to the nub with Reyes and Braun. Almost tied, but not quite. With Reyes just barely in front. A sharp ground ball, but the pick by Brandon Phillips, and that's the first out. Now, just a little math after we take a look at Bronson Arroyo.
Well, you see Arroyo's numbers this year. Not a great year. 9 and 12. Lots of innings pitched. Never walks anybody. But coming off a great start. A 6-hit shutout against the Houston Astros.
There's Ruben Tejada, who had 3 hits last night. Before his last at bat last night, Reyes was behind Braun by 3/100,000ths. He got a hit his last time up, and then Braun got a hit, and Reyes went in front. You might wonder, well, how did that happen? He was behind and he went in front. The reason is that Reyes has fewer at bats because he missed so much time. So every hit he gets gains him a little bit more than it gains Braun, but every out he makes costs him a little bit more than it costs Braun. Now, with that 0 for 1, he is now at 3-3-3-3-3 as Tejada's hit by the pitch, and he'll go to first base. Now, if Braun makes an out his first time up, he'll also be at 3-3-3-3-3, and they will be in an absolute dead tie, which is no batting races ever finish in a dead tie, which is a possibility. If they both go, say, 2 for 7 over these next 2 games, they will finish in a flat-footed tie for the batting title.
Oh, be a trivia question.
Be like you and Stargell.
Yeah, absolutely.
1 out and 1 on. Here's Willie Harris. Harris for the 4th straight game, hitting 3rd in the order. 2 for 4 last night. Willie's finishing the season very strong. In Atlanta, where the Braves need a win and a Cardinal loss to clinch the wild card. Chase Utley homered in the top of the 1st off Derek Lowe. Phillies 1, Braves nothing. They go to the 2nd.
That's a big sign for Philadelphia, isn't it? Utley will get hit in the head a couple starts ago.
Got him on the top of his hand. I should say the backside of the hand. A little glancing blow.
Glancing if it's not us.
To his left goes Phillips. He'll go to first with it and get the out there on Harris as Tejada moves up to 2nd. Meanwhile, in the American League wild card race, the Red Sox now in a tie with Tampa Bay. Boston and Baltimore again tonight, and Vladimir Guerrero with an RBI double at the bottom of the 1st. And here we go again. The Orioles lead the Red Sox 1-0.
Didn't he just pass the mark of the most hits by a Dominican-born player last night?
Passed Julio Franco.
Congratulations to him. He's just always been a thrill to watch.
That game goes to the 2nd at Camden Yards. 1-0 Baltimore. Here's David Wright. David 1 for 4 last night and drove in a run. Bronson Arroyo coming off a 6-hit shutout in his last start and has always been dominant against the Mets, although the Mets beat him earlier this year. Got 5 runs in 6 innings off him and an 8-2 Mets victory in Cincinnati.
David got drilled his last at bat in last night's ball game on the left shoulder blade. He got hit pretty good, and there's the Coors Light Cincinnati Reds defense. Well, Votto doesn't have a lot of range, but what he can get to, he's solid.
David takes it inside. It's 2-0.
It's pretty apparent what the Reds want to do. They are what everybody else has been doing with David, and that's pitch him inside early and then go to the breaking ball.
You should see a little 2-0 flip breaking ball here. There it is.
And that's a flip breaking ball right down the pipe. You know, it broke, but it broke over the center of the plate.
Arroyo's a guy who's always been able to throw his curveball for a strike. He walks very few, but the flip side, he gets a ton of home runs. 44 home runs allowed this year, 6 shy of the major league record. It's hit sharply through the hole, a base hit. Here comes Tejada around third. Heisey makes the throw to the plate offline. Tejada scores. White goes to second, and the Mets cut the Reds' lead in half. It's 2-1.
Well, Frazier's a young player. He's got to cut that ball off. Now, for all you kids, it's a hanging Laredo slider. David stays in nicely. But as a cutoff man, you can look and see where the runner is. Even after the ball's out of the left fielder's hand, you've got time to take a look. You can, and then make a judgment. Okay, he's got it easy. I'm cutting this ball off.
Well, the other thing I would think, if you're Frazier there lined up for the cutoff, that ball's that far to your left, you know it's offline. Yep. It's got no chance.
So, well, sometimes the catcher is supposed to tell you, but sometimes a lot of noise you don't hear the catcher.
It's also a rookie catcher, and that might have something to do with it.
That throw's way offline.
The throw is offline. You got to go get it. And the other part of your peripheral vision, you see right is going. So why don't you get an out? Trade a run for an out.
You can also get help from your shortstop too. Yeah. There's no rule that says it has to be the catcher. But we're asking too much. We're asking these guys to multitask.
Nick Evans 2 for 5 last night, drove in a couple of runs with a double. You're talking about a generation that can tweet between innings.
I understand. I'm talking about multitasking between the white lines, not on this computer.
Slow ground ball. Giannis comes in and throws out Evans, side retired. But David Wright's RBI single cuts the Reds' lead in half. 2-1 Cincinnati after 1. Todd Frazier will lead off against Chris Capuano. The Mets failed to turn a double play in the top of the first inning. A very odd play where Evans got the out at second and Reyes hesitated on the return and Capuano tripped over the bag and they had Votto coming back to the bag and missed him, and you'd have to watch it again to get the full flavor. Anyway, Todd Frazier leads off and swings and misses at the changeup, 0-1. Frazier out of Toms River, New Jersey, Little League World Series hero back in 1998, made it to the big leagues, and he's got a lot of family and friends on hand for the game tonight up from Toms River, same town that produced Al Leiter.
Where's is that down the shore?
It's almost down the shore.
Okay.
Frazier hitting .409 against lefties in limited at bats. Third base has been a bit of a revolving door for the Reds since Scott Rowland went down yet again. And Rowland's had so many problems with that left shoulder over the last 4 or 5 years. You have to wonder at some point whether it's going to put an end to his career. They're certainly hoping to have Rowland back healthy next year. Strike 3 call. Frazier down looking as Capuano got him on a fastball. Second strikeout for Chris.
Trying to come in. The ball's pretty middle. I think Frazier thought it was high.
He stands on top of the plate, and he just got tied up. I think it was a good pitch inside corner.
So 1 out and nobody on. Here's the rookie catcher, Devin Mesoraco. His 12th start for the Reds after a big year in the minor leagues.
I like this kid. I think he's got a chance. And I was just watching his defense last night. He got lazy on a couple of balls that were in the dirt, curveballs, and that's an experience. I like the way he swings the bat, even though the average is down here. But I like how he receives the baseball. Very quiet back there, as they use to use today's parlance.
In the air to center, and Priding jogging in. 2 away. We talked about Capuano in those first inning runs. Spotless the first half of the year, but the second half, not at all.
I had a stretch of that 1 year. I forget what year it was. And in the second half, to stop that, I would warm up, sit down for 10 minutes, get up and warm up again. Try to simulate what it's like to come in from the bullpen, cool down a little, and then go back out to pitch. And that seemed to take care of it.
Do you think that's more physical or more psychological?
I don't know. I think it could become psychological. It begins as physical, not making the right pitches.
Giannis, the number 8 hitter.
It also can be, and Capuano could fall into this, trying to rush through the first inning, trying to get through it so quickly that you don't execute pitch to pitch to pitch.
Giannis, a light hitter, hitting just .211 on the year. Has played most of the shortstop for the Reds, but basically lost his job at midseason. He was replaced by Zach Cozart, who got hurt after just a handful of games. Bronson Arroyo doesn't have much faith in Giannis. He's not even bothered to come on deck. It's like the catchers who used to stay in the on-deck circle with 2 outs with their shin guards on.
No, with a chest protector. My day, they used to wear their shin guards on deck because and they would take them off the last second. But you always took your chest protector off. If the catcher's on with the chest protector on, you're in bad shape. Having a bad year.
Don't worry, Al. It wasn't going to hit you. Last night we had a foul ball that came the closest of any in 3 years at Citi Field to coming in the booth. And our high home cameraman Al kind of bailed out on it.
He's been diagnosed with post-traumatic foul ball syndrome.
But I'll say one thing: Al kept the camera to the last minute. He kept the camera poised and focused on that ball, and then he pulled the ejector button.
It's very charitable of you, Keith, by the way. That's the most charitable thing you've said all night. Did he go? Yeah, he went around. Strike 3. So Giannis is called out on strikes. Brian Runge with the emphatic call. Easy second inning for Capuano. 2-1 Reds. Home second inning, Josh Tolle leads off against Bronson Arroyo. Tolle 1 for 5 last night, hitting at .266, a much better second half for Josh than the first half offensively. And it's been interesting the way that Terry has used Tolle down the stretch. He's played him almost every day. Ronnie Polino's kind of been the forgotten man. Mike Nickies has gotten a couple of starts, but in September it's been primarily Tolle getting as much time as possible after splitting duties earlier in the year.
This is my feeling. I think that with all the at-bats Tejada has gotten, Duda has gotten, Turner has gotten, they kind of know what they're going to get. I don't think they exactly know what they've gotten in Tolle, and that's why he's playing so much.
Well, they've given him every opportunity to show his goods.
Yes, they have. Good. Lucas
Duda sitting out the last week of the season after banging his head against the wall.
So hope he gets better real quick once the season ends.
2-2 from Arroyo. Drops down and gets the ground ball. 1 away. It's not often you see right-hand pitchers come sidearm against left-hand hitters. But Arroyo's a guy who will do that.
That's usually danger. It's the same as a right-hander doing it to a left-hander. You're coming into them. The ball's starting in the middle of the plate and working into their strength.
Now Mike Baxter getting the start in right field tonight. The pride of Whitestone. Came in late last night, went 0 for 1 and a walk. In fact, it was Baxter who scored the run on Reyes's double when Reyes then got caught right in the bag at second. And Reyes said after the game, by the way, that he was watching Brandon Phillips and thought Phillips was going to throw the ball home, and that's what got him all befuddled.
Even if he throws the ball home, it can be cut off and thrown to third. So,
but you know, the other piece of that is Jose Reyes running like Jose Reyes at 100%, doesn't even think about it, and he's got a triple. I mean, there would have been no hesitation, but as it was, he slowed down a little bit between first and second. So, you know, we saw Reyes on that potential double play in the first inning kind of hesitate, jump over the runner, avoid contact. It's almost as though he's playing not to get hurt these last couple of games.
Offensively, second base for Jose Reyes is something he uses to push off to go to third.
3-2 now to Baxter. But you can understand the sentiment. I mean, with having gone on the disabled list twice, with free agency pending in a couple of days, that there might just be a little bit of trepidation there.
Here's the play. He wanted to avoid the runner first, and it just really upset the timing of the whole play.
Baxter hits it out to left center, and Stubbs got a nice break on it. 2 out. To the inside pitch on Bronson Arroyo, brought to you by the Xerox Business of Baseball. Xerox, ready for real business.
Loved Dwight Gooden as a kid. Has that straight little leg kick that's very awkward but very effective. Backward pitching, when you're expecting a fastball, you're going to get a breaking ball. 2 strikes, watch out for that fastball in. And I've always enjoyed and liked how he has been such a good competitor when he's on that mound. 112 big league wins.
Here's Jason Pridey, who's had a very nice run the last few days. He's had extra base hits in each of the last 3 games. 6 for 10 over that span. Ben Zobrist, a 2-run homer in the bottom of the second, and Tampa Bay has gone in front of the Yankees 2-0. So Boston trails, Tampa Bay leads. If it stays that way at the end of the ninth, then the Rays would have a 1-game lead going into the final day.
Wow, what a second half Ben Zobrist has had, by the way. Career year last year, got off to a slow start and back to where he was.
And you really say that about that entire team. The way they have played the last month. I know that it's going to be billed as the Red Sox collapse, but there are always 2 parties. Nice play by Votto, going on his back to rob Pridey of an extra base hit, and the inning is over. Joey Votto laying out.
Very nice. From the seat of his pants.
Yep.
place. 2-1 Cincinnati as we go to the third. Bronson Arroyo leads off against Chris Capuano, sporting the Little League helmet.
He's not having as good a year as a hitter. He's usually a very accomplished hitter in there, struggling this year.
Dangerous. He's got 5 career home runs. And Capuano has been susceptible to the home run ball this year. He's already given up 1 tonight. Arroyo, then Brandon Phillips and Drew Stubbs in the third for the Reds. Arroyo's now 34 years old, and since he came to the Reds in 2006, no pitcher in the majors has pitched more innings or made more starts. So, you know, we've been talking a lot about durability, innings eaters in reference to Mike Pelfrey, but here's a guy who has not only been durable, he's been incredibly effective. Not having his best year, but well, that's a Jacoby Ellsbury home run for Boston. A 2-run shot. He's about the only thing the Red Sox have going right now. Ellsbury's 32nd of the year off Zach Britton, puts the Red Sox up 2-1 in the third.
Sure he's not in the beginning of that talk for the MVP?
I think he is now. I mean, I hate to invoke Yastrzemski, but it's been a long time since the Red Sox players had this good a stretch run. But the difference is his team has not exactly been rallying around his performance.
Yeah, all the Sox are playing great behind Yaz that summer.
Here's Brandon Phillips, who grounded out to third base his first time up. Well, I was reading the Boston papers today, and they are brutal. Brutal. I mean, they're using the C word.
Yep.
Choke.
Oh.
I mean, liberally using that word in the Boston papers.
They've also used the phrase, the give up phrase, mailing it in phrase. I mean, cutting right to your manhood.
You know, at the end of the day, the bottom line is that the Red Sox pitching is just dreadful. And the 2 guys they thought they could rely on coming down the stretch, Beckett and Lester, have been worse than everybody else. David Wright falling away with the throw, and not in time to get Phillips. It's an infield hit. Nice effort by David.
Well, I think he could have planted. He got nothing on the throw.
Nice footwork, though, by Nick Evans, right? Through the runner.
Yeah, I never liked to do that because of the fact that the runner comes and blocks your view, number one. The ball could hit the runner.
And also, you played in the day when someone would have smoked you.
Well, also, too, you can tell as a first baseman that if he's going to beat the throw, then you just come off the bag and go get the ball.
1 out and 1 on. Here's Drew Stubbs, who walked his first time up. In Atlanta, Jimmy Rollins just drove home a run with a base hit in the third. Phillies 2, Braves nothing. Shot to left off the bat of Stubbs, and that'll go to the wall. Phillips, who can fly, is on his way to third. He's going to be held up there as Harris gets it in quickly. So it's a double for Drew Stubbs, second and third and 1 out.
Oh, fastball down the middle.
See, this is the thing about Stubbs, and we've talked about him the last couple of days. He can really play. He's fast. He's got power. He can hit, but you can't strike out 200 times to be successful.
Yeah. Just a very aggressive hitter, and if he doesn't put his pitch in play like he did there, once he gets to 2 strikes, he just is susceptible to too many pitches.
That's on the infield back for Joey Votto, second and third and 1 out, with the Reds up 2-1. Votto hit into that comical fielder's choice his first time up. Hunter Pence sacrifice fly. Phillies 3, Braves nothing. And Derek Lowe's late season troubles continuing. At a time the Braves really can't afford that. I think they're pretty lucky, the Braves have, that the Cardinals have lost some very difficult games lately. Another one last night on that bunt by the Astros in the 10th.
It was a safety squeeze, was it not? And a beautiful bunt, and he bunted it up the first base line, and so the pitcher who fielded it had his back to the runner, and boy, it was just perfect.
Tell you what, teams have taken advantage of that play more this year than I've seen in a long time. That play where the runner at third just follows the third baseman down the line and then breaks as soon as the throw is made. 1-2 to Votto. It's a play that was always talked about, but it wasn't used a lot. But this year we've seen a lot of it.
And it was a smart play last night because Octavio Dotel looked all of his 37, 38 years old. He could barely bend over for the ball.
Now, did Houston score 2 runs on a bunt last night, didn't they? Wasn't there one earlier?
Yes.
They squeezed earlier in the game, very early in the game.
1-2 to Votto. Slider misses 2-2.
See, that's the difference. Why you asked me earlier why Votto hits lefties good. Good up and in fastball, Gary, to Votto to get ahead 1-2 the pitch prior, and he had a good cut, and he stays in on that slider. Doesn't get worried in.
But he should throw a fastball in right here if he wants to get him out.
You've got to pitch Votto up and in. He's just too good a hitter. There you go.
Not down, though.
Nope.
You want to have it in between that 19 and the Cincinnati. That's the spot.
That's what Tom Seaver had. He had a lock, like just put the piece of paper in a computer, it would spit out up and in. But it also spit out up and in around 98 miles an hour.
Mel Stottlemyre used to say the third button. Concentrate on the third button. Almost all the uniforms, it's right below the name.
Cool.
The third button.
That's very interesting.
Now the 2-2 from Capuano. And Votto is down on strikes. That's 5 strikeouts for Capuano, and his biggest yet as he gets Votto with runners at second and third.
What a nice sequence of pitches. Fastball down and in, and counters with a changeup right in the same spot. A spot he likes, but he takes a little off.
So now Chris with a chance to get through the inning, but he's got to take on Bruce, who hit a 2-run homer off him his first time up. Bruce is 32nd of the year. Now has 97 runs batted in.
He's not going to get a fastball. There it is. Fastball mistake right there.
The 100th home run of Bruce's career. Now batting with 2 in scoring position and 2 out. And a fastball strike, 1-1. Russell Martin just homered for the Yankees off Jeremy Hellickson in the top of the third. Tampa Bay 2, Yankees 1. Phillips at third, Stubbs at second, and 1 out. So the Rays up a run, Red Sox up a run. Capuano really slowing down the pace here as he and Tolley try and get together. One to Bruce. Upstairs 2-1.
Phil's pushing that lead, Gary.
Boy, oh boy.
Cardinals have yet to start. They're in Houston with Jake Westbrook pitching tonight against the rookie Henry Sosa. Astros winning last night. Here's the 2-1, and Bruce hits it out to left, and Harris easing back. Side retire. Great job by Capuano to get through a difficult inning and strand 2 in scoring position. Middle of the third, Reyes do a turn at bat. Mets down a run.
By Lowe's. Visit Lowe's to pick up your instant win game card for a chance to win World Series tickets. Compliment of Scott's.
Well, here we welcome back, folks. That was nicely read, Ronnie.
Thank you, buddy.
We're subbing for Mr. Collin right now, and we are in the bottom of the third, 2-1 Cincinnati. Bronson Arroyo, as you know, has always been a nemesis of the Mets. Breaking ball pitcher, not having such a great year. Two good hitting pitchers up in this ball game. Capuano swings a good bat. Well, Gary got called out on a little bit of a
very
emergency.
Very important business.
Yeah, so we are filling in until he comes back. We have Kevin. Kevin, where are you?
I'm in center field, guys. Gary went to wash my Picks polo shirts for next year, so he'll be back in a few moments.
A few moments? How about a day and a half?
Hi, guys.
How are you?
I just downed some tacos. I'm great.
Nice.
Did you have fun over the weekend?
Well, when I was sick, I didn't have so much fun, but I'm feeling better now.
Good, good. Glad to see you're recovering.
Well, thank you. So I heard you guys talk in the open about Terry Collins. That was, that was an interesting time by the Mets today, didn't you think? I mean, just to kind of put that stamp down. They have so much to do this offseason and kind of move forward. As Capuano goes down on strikes, so completed at first, I think.
Hey, Kevin, how did Terry with the media today? He must have had a smile a mile wide.
He didn't know about it at that time, Ronnie. It happened late in the day, and in fact, I don't think it actually happened until late in batting practice, for sure. So we didn't actually get Terry's reaction yet. So we'll do that after the game.
Well, it's important right now, I guess. The man of the moment, Jose Reyes, is up at the plate. 0 for 1 tonight. His average at .333. It dropped a point. And as you know, he's in a dead heat practically with Ryan Braun of the Milwaukee Brewers for the batting title with 2 games left. And we have our all-star play-by-play man back. Oh, boy.
Jose Reyes with his 6th home run of the year. And that's a way to help yourself win a batting title.
Very nice.
Going long ball to tie the game.
And that's the first home run this year without the patent Gary Cohn out of here call.
Well, actually, that's not true.
Second. Both Reyes.
We have the kid.
Oh, that's right. Kid went right-handed, left-handed.
Both with Reyes. Fastball. Oh, changeup. Looked like he just stayed right back. So that will put Jose probably back up to 334, maybe 335.
It's also Reyes' 100th run scored this year, the 4th time in his career he's reached 100 runs scored. And that's more than any man in history. Nobody else has had more than 200 run seasons.
Well, Arroyo's used to doing that this year.
Fire him, I wouldn't even look anymore.
It's the 45th home run he has allowed. That's the 5th most in any season in Major League history. Reyes, by the way, up to 335 now, so back in the lead. Technically, it's 33458. Braun at 33396, so it's about a half a point he's in front now. Ball and 2 strikes on Tejada. What'd you guys do without me?
Oh, we were fine.
Can I leave now?
You can go if you want. We'll take it from here.
You've done that before, you know. 2-2 now to Tejada. Ball game or ice cream? Ball game or ice cream?
Ice cream and a helmet.
I think the ice cream's going to win.
Oh, she spilled.
Tejada lines one to center field, and he's got himself a base hit. Boy, Ruben has swung the bat so well coming down the stretch. Since the 8th of August, which is when he was most recently recalled, he hitting .320 coming into the game. That's 10th in the National League during that span.
Nicely done. Head on the ball. Look at that. Eyes right on it. Right down the middle fastball.
Here's Willie Harris, who bounced out to second base his first time. Game tied at 2 now in the third. And Harris takes ball 1. The most home runs anybody's ever allowed in a season is 50.
Double B.
Now, the top 4 seasons of home runs allowed, 50, 48, 46, and 46. 3 of those 4 are by Hall of Famers. Twice it was Bert Blyleven, who had the 50 and the 46, and Robin Roberts had a 46. The only other guy in there is Jose Lima, who had a year when he gave up 48. So Arroyo's in pretty good company, having given up 45. There's the curveball for a strike to Harris, 1-1. But what makes this interesting is that he's given up 45, and nobody else in the National League has given up more than 31. Brett Myers is second in the league in home runs allowed.
Blyleven gave up those 50 in the Homer Dome in Minnesota.
Now you can say, oh, Arroyo pitches in a great hitter's ballpark, but so do a lot of other people.
Yeah.
A lot of time those breaking ball pitchers, Blyleven wasn't a breaking ball pitcher. He's a power pitcher, but he had the big hook. Those are the guys that give up the home runs because they can throw a lot of those off-speed stuff and a lot of breaking stuff, and in the course of a game they can hang it.
And if you don't walk people, that means the ball's put in play. If the ball's put in play, you're always at the mercy of a small ballpark.
And Ferguson Jenkins gave up a lot of home runs every year. The Hall of Famer. Catfish Hunter gave up a lot of home runs. They're always solo shots.
Arroyo would be an interesting mix at a ballpark like this.
Would he give up as many home runs, you're saying?
No, of course not. And he would use his fastball here more than he does at his own ballpark.
Well, I think also, he's 34 years old now, and he's always given up a bunch of home runs, but probably didn't throw as hard as he did 5 years ago. And so those numbers are going up. 3-1 now to Harris. We'll see if Tejada runs. He does not, and Harris hooks one foul. 3-2.
Arroyo's so durable, but it's really from his, he's long and lean. It's not from strength. And that's probably one of the reasons he's lost some of his strength, some of the speed of his fastball. I mean, he's a wisp of a man when you look at pitchers today.
How durable is he? Well, before this year, he's had 6 straight years of 200 or more innings. Swing and a miss, and he gets Harris for the second out. Second strikeout for Arroyo. Now, Arroyo could get to 200 innings this year, but it will require him pitching 9 innings tonight because he started the night at 191.
Well, he has a shutout in this building, doesn't he? 9-inning shutout.
In fact, he's one of only 4 visiting pitchers to throw a shutout at Citi Field.
He's not going to do the shutout tonight, but
here's David Wright, who drove in the first Met run with a first-inning single, his 61st run batted in. Arroyo usually pretty vulnerable to the steal with the high leg kick. Quite as much out of the stretch. He'll still lift that leg.
Also be interesting to see if Ruben gets a little gun shy, because took that chance last night and stolen base and it didn't work out. Do it again.
Bright pops one up. Votto coming over to the railing. Not enough room. That's an interesting thing with Tejada, because Terry's made the point that he certainly wants him to run, and he stole a base in a key situation the other day, and then he got thrown out in a key situation last night. But I don't see him as one of those guys who can run when they're expecting him to run.
No, absolutely not. And in this case, I don't know if you agree, Keith, sorry, is that David Wright's up. Arroyo's vulnerable to the home run, 2 outs. Let him have a shot at it.
I'm more concerned about his durability. If he's going to be a base stealer, is he going to wear out? If he's going to steal 20 bases, is he physically strong enough to last the entire season?
you know, there's a difference between a base stealer and a guy who can steal a base.
Yeah.
I don't imagine that Tejada's ever going to be a base stealer.
No.
But, you know, like a Jason Bay, like a David Wright, he's a guy who can steal a base.
That would just add to his resume for the team.
Arroyo's 1-2, and Wright bounces one to short. And Yanich makes the play to second to end the inning. But Jose Reyes with a home run off Bronson Arroyo. Reyes' 6th home run of the season. Puts it back in front of the batting race. Gives him his 100th run scored for the 4th time. And ties up the ball game. 2-2 as we go to the 4th. Chris Heisey leading off the 4th inning for Cincinnati. Heisey struck out his first time up. One of 5 strikeouts for Chris Capuano over the first 3 innings. Each team with 2 runs and 3 hits. Mets were down 2-0. David Wright an RBI single. Jose Reyes a home run, getting the Mets back even. Heisey won't chase the changeup, and it's 1-1. Heisey now with 18 home runs after homering last night and only 271 at bats. Awfully good home run ratio for a guy who really throughout his minor league career was never much of a home run hitter. And listening to what he had to say last night, he has really surprised himself with the number of long balls he's hit.
It's Todd Frazier on deck, local product. You know, I remember Heisey the day he caught that ball to end the game against the Mets in their ballpark and ran through the bullpen doors. I said I gotta like a kid like that.
2-2 to Heisey with Frazier and Mesoraco to follow. And Capuano gets him with a changeup, 1 away. That's 6 strikeouts for Chris. Well, earlier today, a U.S. judge dismissed 9 of the 11 counts against the Mets ownership in the suit brought by the trustee for the victims of the Bernard Madoff Ponzi scheme. It seems like awfully good news for Mets ownership. The trustee was seeking to recover withdrawals that were made by the Mets and their accounts over a 25-year period. The judge has basically limited it to a 2-year period, so that substantially reduces their exposure. And you know, we'll see what happens from here, but it would appear as though this was a major victory today for the Mets ownership in their battle against the trustee Irving Picard. Frazier takes a call, third strike. Nick Capuano rolling in the strikeouts. He's got 7 now.
It's twice he's gotten Heisey and twice he's gotten Frazier, and Frazier twice on fastballs inside corner. Caught looking.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Devin Mesoraco. Mesoraco flying to center his first time up. And he takes ball 1. Devin Mesoraco from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. And Dusty Baker has already tabbed him with the nickname Groundhog. Could have just called him Phil.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, Groundhog's probably easier for anybody to say than Mesoraco.
He's a catcher. Groundhog is perfect.
Picture someone a little squattier.
What is it? Sees a shadow, 6 more weeks of winter? Is that how it works?
Well, yeah, if he sees his shadow, he goes back in his hole. It's 6 more weeks of winter. If he doesn't see his shadow, then spring's right around the corner, like 6 weeks away. It's a nice nice local custom they have there. It gets tourists in every February. Here's the 2-1. One hopper. Reyes on the backhand snatches it and uses that great arm to throw on Mesoraco to end the inning. Capuano gets a 1-2-3 2-2 game at Citi Field. Here's the look outside Citi Field, just past the Old Apple in front of the Jackie Robinson Rotunda. Mets locked in a 2-2 game with the Reds as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt for an update brought to you by Absolute. Kevin.
Guys, when you talk about this game, it's such the fabric of these players' lives. And certainly there's a time after tomorrow's game that they will want to get away from it as far as possible and really put it on the back burner. But it doesn't last that long. I talked to Nick Evans today, and I asked him about his offseason plans and what he plans to do. And he said, I don't want to hit or throw a baseball for at least a month. That's usually my plan. I'll go out and play a lot of golf and do anything but. He said, but a funny thing happens. You'll be home maybe 2 weeks in, and I'll be on my couch, whatever it is, and all of a sudden I'll pick up something and start to swing it a little bit like a bat, and that baseball feeling comes back in, and then the next thing you know, I'm in the cage. So it's harder to get away. Right now, maybe the players think they're going to be away for a while, but it's harder to get away than you think. obviously it's been a pretty good stretch for Evans, getting a chance that he didn't think would exist. And I asked him about it. He said, you know, clearly it's given me confidence in my ability. He said, I have no idea what other people think of me, and I think the thing that I've learned is it doesn't matter what I do or don't do. I cannot control what other people think of me. I can't control who the Mets sign. I at least now believe that I can do it on this level, and I'll take that into spring training. Guys?
Well, he has every reason to feel good about what he's accomplished this year. A stunning development in Baltimore. 2 nights ago, Jason Varitek got hit on the knee, had to leave the game. Last night, Jared Saltalamacchia got hit on the collarbone after leave the game. So the Red Sox today started rookie catcher Ryan Lavarnway, and he just hit a 3-run homer off Zach Britton to put the Red Sox up 5-1.
Wow. Britton, who never gives up home runs, sinker ball pitcher.
And he's given up 2 tonight, so that could be a legendary home run for the Red Sox as Tolle hits one to Phillips on the ground, and that's the second out. I mean, can you imagine that kid that nobody had heard of a week ago has to start because they have no other catcher and hits the home run that might end up saving their season.
He's going to join people like Daniel Nava in his first at bat, hit a grand slam home run. Tony C.
It's always the wild card in the deck, you know.
Wow.
We don't know much about him, and
I mean, he played at Double-A this year, Lavarnway.
I mean, he gotten the biggest hit of the season for the Red Sox.
He had 22 home runs in the minors this year, but his first big league home run is a huge one.
What a great story.
And the Phillies are up 4-0. They're crushing.
Baxter rolls one through the hole, and Mike's got himself a base hit.
Boy, the Braves are reeling.
You know, if they had any choice at all, they would have taken Derek Lowe out of the rotation 2 weeks ago.
So they had no choice. Same as the Red Sox couldn't take out Wakefield or Lackey. They had to keep pitching those 2. They don't want him anywhere near a mound, but there's nothing they can do.
And they're running up against Roy Oswalt tonight. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, you know, the Rays are playing the Yankees, and the Yankees and the Phillies are in the same boat. They're both playing contending teams this last series, but the difference is, you know, the Yankees don't have the kind of pitching that the Phillies do, and with those guys tuning up, whether it was Lee last night or Oswalt tonight, even if they're only going 5 or 6 innings, it's awfully tough to beat those guys, even if they're, you know, even if they're in playoff preparation mode. Votto fields the ground ball by Friday, inning over. We've played 4 now at Citi Field. Mets and Reds tied at 2. Hole on a Jay Bruce 2-run homer, but David Wright an RBI single. Jose Reyes a home run. Reyes now in front in the batting rates by a half a point over Ryan Braun. And the Mets in a 2-2 tie with the Reds. Chris Capuano has struck out 7 over the first 4 innings. Of course, he's already had a 13 strikeout game this year. By the way, the Brewers are underway in their game against the Pirates, and Braun is in the lineup tonight, batting third. They've not yet gotten to his spot. We'll keep you up to date on his doings. Paul Janisch leads off in the 5th inning, struck out his first time up against Capuano. And he hits one up the middle, a base hit. So Janisch has the 4th hit off Capuano. Well, we talked about earlier tonight that Terry Collins had his option picked up on his contract. He talked with Kevin Burkhardt about what he's accomplished this year before the game tonight.
I've made a lot of mistakes trying to show players that I trust them, show players that, try to put them in the right spots to try to build confidence, because as we said in spring training, Kevin, and you and I talked about it all year long, one of the things we had to do is we had to change the culture here. We had to get these guys to know they're good enough, and so once in a while we asked them to do some things to show that we believed in them and showed some confidence, and sometimes it came back to burn us a little bit, but I think they grew because of it, and I think they're starting to trust themselves and their abilities. And I think ultimately it's going to be for the best. I spent a lot of time talking to these guys, a lot of time on the field, off the field, on the planes, trying to make sure that everybody understood what we wanted, what we expected, what we believed in, and therefore once in a while when it came game time, you knew what may be best for the game itself, but ultimately you also said, hey, look, if I go the other way, what I've said to them down the road may not mean anything. Gotcha. So we've tried to stick with what we said, told them, let them know that we speak the truth here. There's none of that, no fakiness, nothing else to what we have to talk about. And I think a lot of them responded because of it. And that's where I think our young players, because they've been around me in the past, I think that's why they responded, because they knew exactly what I stood for and what I wanted.
Terry's comments brought to you by the Xerox Business of Baseball. Xerox, ready for real business. And it's really all about laying the groundwork, isn't it, for future success?
It is, and it's also about communication. And I will tell you, I've been on teams, and I've been around teams here where as soon as you get on the plane, you never see the manager. The manager and the pitching coach made trips back and forth on that plane trying to communicate with their players about that day's play, how they're going to feel tomorrow, and really tapping into what was going on with the team. And I'll tell you, that's something that's I find very, very important on a team. Sometimes that back of the plane can spend a lot of time not thinking about business, and they made sure it was all business this year.
Sandy Alderson said something very interesting tonight when he announced that they were picking up the option on Terry's contract. He was talking about how great Terry has been at communicating with the media, that he's been able to be direct and still be supportive of the players. But he said there's also the Terry Collins that we don't see. He said in the clubhouse he's got another tone. It's a little more direct, a little less forgiving, but he said appreciated by the players for its directness.
Well, they're grown men out there, and you just treat them like men, and that's all you can ask for. I always love playing for a manager like that. Yeah. You went out there and hustled, came about and did your work. The manager leaves you alone.
So it's playing just back is Phillips.
Along those lines, guys, I think that along those communication lines, how about bench guys? That's a situation where, we've talked a lot about the Willie Harrises and Scott Hairston and knowing their role. But those guys have felt all along that, of course, they want to get more at bats. But Terry has always kind of told them what the plan is, even earlier in the year. Hey, listen, probably looking at maybe if I get you to start a week, you're looking at X amount of at bats, but I'm going to need you here. Be ready. And maybe the guys didn't love that, but they knew the message was out there. And I think that's another little aspect to it.
Well, I think, Kev, that, Willie Harris is a veteran. He knew what his role was coming here. And I just think he wanted to express to Terry that, I just don't want to be just a guy off the bench and be a pinch hitter. And I want to get some playing time. I like to get as much playing time as I can. But, Willie's a professional and knew that he was going to be a guy that was going to be, you got to have a bench to have a successful team. You just can't win with the 8 everyday players out there. And your 12 pitchers, you've got to have a strong bench too. It's very critical.
And I think one of the things, if you're a manager of a team, if on the best part is that you want guys on the bench that you don't have to communicate all the time with. They know their role. They know what they're supposed to do. And I think another thing that Terry has done well, and I'm sure that Sandy wouldn't really mention it, this foul ball usually looks like it's going to go out of play, is that he's communicated, of course, with Sandy and his crew very well also. And I think Keith mentioned it. You know, there's been a time in baseball now where the pay structure has changed in such a way that I think some managers are reticent to or hesitate to really lay the hammer down. Players, I don't care how much they make, they're always bred to be led. And at some point you need a manager who's going to tell them and lead them. And I think that's what Collins has done best this year.
And as a consequence, here you have a team that has a losing record. Now, I've been around a lot of Mets teams, and a good number of them have had losing records. And it is generally the case on a team with a losing record that there's at least some element in the clubhouse that's grumbling about the manager.
We call it chirping.
And I can tell you, and I think Kevin can back me up on this, that this year I don't think there's been one case of a player grumbling about the manager. Kevin, you talk to these guys even more than I do, and I can't imagine that, you know, that ever happens.
Now, Gary, I haven't heard it if it has, you know, and I think they just appreciate that Keith, you hit it. I think it was Keith, you know, that he does treat them like men, and he respects them, and they all know where they stand. I think that's the big thing. You know, Terry actually today, when I was asking him about the experience in part of that interview, you know, I asked him why he enjoyed it so much, and he said it's been the most enjoyable time that he's had in baseball. And he said, you know, I really love what we have here, and the guys and how they've come together and fought for each other. He's like, there hasn't been one instance in the clubhouse where guys, you know, have gone against each other or gotten into a heated argument. He said, I've tried to be in there as much as I can. I've had the coaches in there when need be, and I've also given them their space. And he said it's just been a joy to be around, to have that interaction and have it go the way it has.
Phillips striking out, the 8th strikeout for Capuano. And now Stubbs, who's walked and doubled tonight.
And, you know, guys, the other element which I asked Terry about, you know, and Sandy touched on this too, and he touched on when Terry was hired about, you know, about Terry knowing the farm system, and not only about the players, what they can and can't do, but knowing them personally and they knowing him. Well, Terry realizes that, so he plans on going to the instructional league. He's going to go to the Arizona Fall League. He's going to go see some winter ball. He's going to see it all because he wants to do the same type of thing. Not only see these players, but establish a relationship so that when spring training comes, they already know a little bit about what to expect from Terry.
Well, the Phillies just keep pouring it on in Atlanta. Hunter Pence with a home run. Meanwhile, you saw the score in Baltimore. Matt Wieters a 2-run homer for the Orioles to get them closer. 5-3 Boston in the 4th.
I just felt that when Atlanta was here, Philly was here, that they needed to get to play against a team that might be a competitor, and it would snap them out of their doldrum.
They started with those 9 runs on Sunday.
3-1 to Stubbs with Arroyo at first and 2 out. And there's a strike. Meanwhile, in Milwaukee, Ryan Braun singled to center in his first at bat, so he has gone back in front of Reyes in the batting race. Braun now at 3.3513 and Reyes at 3.3459, both listed at 335, but Braun about a half a point in front.
Wow, that's amazing.
See, we've gone to a 6th decimal point on our graphic there. Arroyo runs, Stubbs down on strikes. What else is new? 205 times Stubbs has struck out. 9 tonight for Capuano in 5 innings. Halfway through, tied at 2. Finale. I'm getting sad now. All the reactions, in-depth discussion, and exclusive interviews. Daily News Live presented by Citi, part of the New York Sports Local, tomorrow at 5 on SNY. You know, the season is a real marathon, and for those of us who are here just about every day, it gets to a point where you kind of look toward the end and you get excited about it being over. But then the end comes and you get a little sad, a little nostalgic. It's like, wait a second, what am I going to do tomorrow? Chris Capuano leads off and takes a strike.
I've already had my depression a couple days ago. I worked through it.
You worked through it? Did you have some help for that, or?
It's like, what am I going to do with myself for the next 6 months? 5 months. Well, 5.5 months.
Your dogs will be happy, Gary. You'll be home, huh?
I know my wife will be happy that I'm taking care of the dogs. Strike 3 called. Capuano out to start the bottom of the 5th. That's 4 strikeouts for Arroyo. So 1 out and nobody on. So here's Reyes, who homered in his last at bat to take temporary possession of the National League batting lead, only to see Braun get a base hit his first time up. Meanwhile, look at the Astros jumping in front of the Cardinals tonight.
Westbrook for the Cardinals
and Henry Sosa for Houston. So Reyes a half a point behind Braun as he steps in, takes ball 1. Reyes with his home run, his 6th of the year, is now driven in 43, and he scored 100 for the 4th time in his career.
I mean, Reyes has to play tomorrow.
Of course he's has to. Well, for multiple reasons. First of all, he's going to need to get some hits to try and win this batting title. But also, and I mentioned this last night, there are a lot of people who are going to be coming to the ballpark tomorrow specifically to give Reyes the ovation he deserves, just in case it's his last game as a Met. Certainly every Met fan hopes otherwise, but who knows?
I had a lot of my friends were wondering if I had some extra ducats for tomorrow's game. For that reason alone.
You know, even though it's a Wednesday afternoon, normally we're used to the season-ending Sunday as it has for the last few decades, but I think for a Wednesday afternoon, last day of the season, non-contending teams, I think there are going to be a lot of people here tomorrow.
I think it's going to be packed tomorrow.
3-1 from Arroyo, and it's on the inside corner. I think he surprised him with the Laredo. Reyes hits another one deep to right. Back goes Bruce, looking up, and it's out of here! Jose Reyes with his 2nd home run of the night. Now that's just inspired. Your National League batting leader, 7th home run of the year for Jose Reyes. I think they want a curtain call.
I think so.
Step out of there, Ruben.
Well, a little slider, and Arroyo just hung it. Reyes stayed back. He kind of attacked him early in the count with fastballs. And there you go.
7th multiple home run game of Reyes' career. As Tejada floats 1 foul. He's had a 3 home run game in his career. In fact, he's the last Met before Beltran did it this year to hit 3 home runs in a game. With the 2 for 3 tonight, Reyes now up to 3.3583, and he took the curtain call. So he's 7 10,000ths ahead of Braun.
There you go.
3.3583 to 3.3513. So technically he's at 336. Every time a Met hits, the Mets hit 2 home runs in a single game this year. Go to SNY.TV/Dwayne Reed. Print out a special offer coupon and redeem at any Dwayne Reed location. Last time Reyes had 2 home runs in a game, it was off Phil Hughes at Yankee Stadium last year. There are the numbers up to date, carried out to 6 decimal points. Reyes less than a point ahead, but ahead again. This is turning into some race, isn't it?
Wow.
And Tejada goes around strike 3, so that's 5 strikeouts now for Arroyo. And what this is also done, by the way, the fact that Braun and Reyes have had these big days down the stretch, it's basically eliminated any chance for Matt Kemp to win the Triple Crown. Kemp starting the day at 324, so now with Reyes 12 points ahead of him, it's virtually impossible. Down to first base, and Votto makes the play to Arroyo to retire the side. Reyes' second home run of the night gives the Mets the lead. Number 7 on the year for Reyes. Jumps back in front of the batting race and doing it with style. 3-2 New York after 5 at Citi Field. Chris Capuano pitching with the lead for the first time tonight. 6th inning has been a dangerous one for him this year. Joey Votto leads off and takes a strike. Votto was 0 for 2, grounded into a force play and struck out. Capuano has struck out 9 over the first 5 innings. Had a career high 13 strikeouts last month against the Braves. He comes up and in on Votto, 1-1. It'll be Votto, then Bruce and Heisey, 2 left-hand hitters, and then the right-hander Heisey in the 6th. Where that fastball missed. Look at that. First pitch strike, 17 of 21. So he has been on tonight. Gave up a 2-run homer to Jay Bruce after the Mets failed to turn double play in the first. Got out of a big jam in the 3rd. Otherwise spotless. A long drive to left center off the bat of Votto. Back toward the wall and off the top of the fence. And Votto, they say it's a home run. It's a home run for Votto.
Well, they're going to check this one.
I'm sure we'll probably get another look at it. Terry Collins has already come out of the dugout. He's going to challenge the call by Ted Barrett, the second base umpire. He was right near the orange line near the championship banners, and we'll get another look.
I think the way it came out, he's going to say it hit the railing.
Did a fan get a glove on it or a hand?
No, see if it hit the railing. It bounced back hard. Oh, that's over.
Fan got a hand on it.
Well, if it hits the no, I think it hit the railing.
Hit the railing. The way it came back so hard.
The railing is a home run.
Yeah, that's definitely a home run.
That's a home run. Yep, it's a good call by Ted Barrett.
You could just tell by the speed the way the ball came back on the field.
And the umpire is declining to go to video review. They're feeling as though it was a clear-cut enough call. So that ties up the game. Votto's 29th home run of the year.
How strong is Votto?
Oh, geez. Really opposite field in this ballpark for a left-hand hitter in that part of the ballpark.
Line drive, see ya. Wow.
Bruce fists one foul. Bruce hit a 2-run homer back in the first, so that's 2 home runs for the Mets tonight off Arroyo, who's now given up 46, and 2 home runs for the Reds against Capuano, who's now given up 27.
The fan got a hand on it. I'm telling you. But it was out. It was out.
Either way, as long as it's over the orange line.
Right. I don't think they can catch. Went right between his hands. That ball ricocheted 100 miles an hour back. Didn't get any flesh on it. I'm telling you.
I think it was a young lady.
Huh.
Do you think it rebounds differently?
No. I never thought of it that way. Let me think on it.
Little tapper past the mound. Tejada to his right, across his body, and in time. Nice play by Tejada to get Bruce one away. One more look.
Is that a young man or a young lady? I can't tell. It's a kid.
Right between the hands.
Yep.
They got nothing, Keith. No flesh,
missed
nothing.
The hand hit the railing.
Nice try.
It was even more impressive about that home run, guys. You know, when Sandy Alderson was on last week and talking about changes to Citi Field, after the game he elaborated a little bit with us. He said that in their studies there had only been 8 opposite field home runs to that gap in the 3 years of this park. So that's number 9. Impressive.
I'm surprised it's that many.
Yeah.
Can't remember too many left-hand hitters hitting it out that far over in the gap. Maybe, you know, more toward the line from there. Yankees have now tied up the Rays 2-2. So things getting a little more interesting. Red Sox with the lead, and the Rays now locked in a 2-2 game after beating the Yankees last night. Going up against Bartolo Colon tonight. Heisey pops one up in foul ground, and Evans comes over and reaches to make the grab. Nicely done by Nick Evans right at the railing.
Well, he gets to the railing fast enough. Oh, nicely done. Put the scissors on it.
The what?
The scissors.
What, Edward Scissorhands?
Nicely done.
How do you hang on to that? That's a supple glove right there.
That was an old wrestling move in the old days when I was a kid growing up.
Gorilla Monsoon.
There was no Kenji Shibuya had the scissors.
Bruno Sammartino.
I thought that was more of a Chief Jay Strongbow move.
Todd Frazier, playing close to home, has gone down looking twice tonight. Tom's River, New Jersey product. Would like to put a ball in play.
Oh, that's cute. That's his pops with the baby. Very strange thing being a parent at a ballpark when your son is playing. A lot of good can happen. Some bad can also.
Wright throws out Frazier. Reds get even on Votto's impressive home run. It's 3-3. You know, remember a couple of weeks ago when there were no races in baseball? Here we are, a day and a half before the end of the season, and not one single thing is decided as far as who's going to play who. Not only are the 2 wild card races undecided, but home field advantage for the 2nd seed in both leagues is also still up in the air.
That's right.
You see the American League picture with the Red Sox leading and Tampa Bay tied. Going into tonight, Milwaukee is 1 game ahead of Arizona for the 2nd seed, but Arizona has the tiebreaker if they finish tied. Same thing in the American League. Texas is 1 game ahead of Detroit. Great diving stop by Frazier, and now Dad's got something to crow.
Yes.
Terrific play by the Toms River native to get David Wright.
How about playing on the line?
You're playing tight on David, too. He's not going to drag bunt. Beautiful play. And to get up and make a cannon of a throw, that's just as good as it gets.
So 1 away. High fives all around. That's something to be proud of. Dad's reenacting it.
Dad had to be a ball player in his day. Look at the size of him.
Here's Nick Evans, who's grounded to short and struck out 0 for 2. Anyway, in the American League, Texas has 1 more win than Detroit, but Detroit has the tiebreaker, so that's not decided either. So nobody knows. You know, the Yankees have the top seed in the American League, Phillies have the top seed in the National League. Neither one of them has any idea who they're going to play in the start of the division series, which start Friday in the American League and Saturday in the National League. And of course, we still have a chance for a couple of 1-game playoffs on Thursday if Boston and Tampa Bay or Atlanta and St. Louis finish tied. Evans hits one out to left field pretty deep. Back goes Heisey onto the track. Back at the wall. Can't make the play. Evans heads for second, and he's in standing with a 1-out double. 10th double of the year for Nick Evans.
Well, just out of the reach. Heisey did a good job picking up where he was in relationship to the fence.
And he made a great play, remember, in last night's ball game. But he did everything he could. He got back there, gave himself a shot, just hit too hard by Nick.
So the go-ahead run in scoring position for Josh Tolle, who twice has grounded out to second base. Tim Burnack, Pedro Beanto up in the Mets bullpen. Here's Capuano. He's been a strikeout machine tonight. 9 strikeouts in 6 innings, but he's allowed a couple of home runs, and thus the game is even. 2-0 to Tolle with Mike Baxter on deck. Nobody up in the Cincinnati bullpen. Arroyo has it in his mind that he wants to go 9 tonight so he can get to 200 innings. He got his first complete game of the year in his last start against Houston. A 6-hit shutout. And again, he drops down against the left-hand hitter. That's that curve for a strike.
Such a risky pitch. Oh boy.
Astros expanding their lead over the Cardinals. So Jake Westbrook having trouble holding the 4th there.
That pitch by Arroyo in our day was called the frisbee. It's just the ball that you spin up there and try to get a strike, but he threw it twice in a row to Reyes. That's why it cost him.
Got it well in on Tolle that time, and it's 2-2. That was Brent Wallace, by the way, with a 2-run single for Houston to put them up 3-0.
He was banished to wow, Winterland, and finally they brought him back.
Look at that. Paredes with a 2-run triple. And so it's 5-0 Houston. So the Braves are down big and the Cardinals are down big. Up the middle, and Tolle's got a base hit. Evans waved around third. He's on his way home. Josh Tolle with an RBI single puts the Mets back in front. RBI for Josh, and it's 4-3 New York.
Well, nice hitting by Josh. He's been jammed twice. Wanted to come back in, but this one was right down the middle. That was the difference.
The Mets were down 2-0, went up 3-2. Reds tied it on Votto's home run. Mets come right back to regain the lead. And now Baxter is 1 for 2, and Mike fouls it off.
See, the problem, I think that catchers do a disservice to their pitcher by sitting up like that. Why? Because their body is right in the middle of the plate. Their glove, yes, is where they want the ball, but their body occupies the entire middle of the plate. It's where a pitcher's going to throw. Just keep your target down and let the pitcher have his choice of throwing it, I believe, around neck high. That's where you want that pitch to be.
Well, they've reinvented the game, Ronnie. They keep doing it, you know.
It's like new Coke.
Pepsi.
Would you rather have a catcher if he wanted to come up and in to stay in the squat low position,
Yes.
but just put his glove up?
I don't want him to do anything unusual. I don't want someone on deck to give a whistle. Keep in the same mode. I know that I have to throw the ball high. I don't need you to stand up like Mickey Owen at the plate. Just stay in your position, and I'm going to throw it right over your helmet and try to hit the umpire right in the middle of the mask. Watch the umpire when he comes down. When he comes down over the plate, try to hit him in the mask. Very simple.
Now that time, Mesoraco gave that high sign way too early.
Yeah.
It would be awfully easy for somebody to communicate that to the hitter.
And that's a youngster, you know, he doesn't know yet.
Watch this. Even before that, he had given a sign to get the ball up.
Just hit the umpire right in the middle of the mask when he bends down. That's your aim.
Curveball misses. 2-2 to Baxter. Baxter doing a nice job laying off with 2 strikes. Now he's running full. Jason Pridey on deck. Toley's running, and Baxter fouls it off. Waited on that very slow curve. A lot of faith in Baxter's ability to make contact.
Well, Arroyo is the kind of guy, although he has some strikeouts tonight, the Mets are starting to really get to the speed, anticipate the break, and they're not being fooled by the breaking pitch as much.
Only runs again. Baxter draws the walk. That's a nice turn at bat for Mike Baxter, who was behind in the count. And Arroyo walks his first batter of the night. Dusty Baker, toothpick in place. Has nobody up in his bullpen. He's going to let Arroyo go as far as he can tonight. So the Mets up by a run now here in the 6th. Have a chance for more with Jason Pridey at the plate. Pridey twice has grounded out to first base. Looks like Capuano's done. Valentino Pascucci coming out on deck to pinch hit. So 6 innings out of Capuano and a chance for a win. This one's driven deep toward right center, but overcomes Bruce to pick it off. Toley tags and heads over to third. So Pridey first pitch swinging, flies out, and the Mets have runners at the corners, and Pascucci will come up to pinch hit. So Capuano goes 6 innings in his final start of the year, gives up 3 runs and 5 hits, and has a chance to get a win. You have to say, given what the Mets' expectations were when the year began, they have gotten far more than they could for out of Chris Capuano.
Yes.
This is Pascucci Saturday afternoon against the Phillies.
Tied that game up at 1 late.
And another big hit on Sunday as a pinch hitter. Brian Price, the pitching coach, out to talk to Arroyo. Yankees have gone in front. And the Rays 3-2.
And second and third, nobody out.
There's a big turn of events in the American League wild card race. Nick Swisher with an RBI double to get that run in.
pitches now for Arroyo as he faces Pascucci. If you're wondering why a right-hand hitter, well, the reason is the Mets don't have a left-hand hitter on the bench who's available. It's that empty Cincinnati bullpen. The only left-hand hitters on the roster who are on the bench are Duda and Pagan, but neither one is available. So it's Pascucci, first and third and 2 out. Tolley at third, Baxter at first with 2 down. Mets have a run home here in the 6th. And the breaking ball fools Pascucci, 1-1. 32-year-old Valentino Pascucci has followed his dream all over the world.
Keith Pascucci is a Frank Howard kind of hitter. He's looking for a piece of cheese.
He just took one right there.
Middle of the plate in. And turn the fan on.
Well, we mentioned that the Yankees took the lead on Tampa Bay. They did. Bases loaded, nobody out. Rays just turned a triple play.
What?
5-4-3 around the horn, triple play to avoid any further damage in that top of the 6th.
Wow, they're destined now.
How about that?
That's it.
Low and away, 3-2 to Pascucci. I mean, come on. Can this race get any more interesting?
They're destined now. That's the sign. Sign from the baseball gods. Can't fool with it. Don't mess with it. That's how it goes.
Runner goes. Pascucci hits it to center field, and Stubbs is there, and that retires the side. Mets get a run on Josh Tolley's RBI hit after 6 at Citi Field in the penultimate game of the year, 4-3 New York. SNY is brought to you by Absolute Vodka. Enjoy the game with a cocktail perfected with Absolute Vodka, the ideal choice for the 7th inning stretch. Absolute Vodka, cocktails perfected. Enjoy with absolute responsibility. For the latest news, follow the Mets at twitter.com/Mets and facebook.com/Mets. Join the conversation and your voice to the Mets social media community today. Pedro Beato on to pitch the 7th inning for New York.
And I don't think anyone in that bullpen needs a better last outing than Mr. Beato, who's really struggled coming down the stretch. You know, he gave up that big home run in St. Louis. Needs a good inning of work.
Devin Mesoraco leads off, and he takes a strike. Mesoraco's fly to center and grounded to short, 0 for 2. So Chris Capuano in his last start of the year goes 6 innings, allows 3 runs and 5 hits as Mesoraco fouls one. A walk and 9 strikeouts for Capuano. Capuano wound up with 168 strikeouts in 186 innings. That's over 8 strikeouts per 9 innings.
That's big league.
And again, just 186 innings. Forget the fact that he might have 12 wins and an ERA right around 4.5. I mean, I think this is more than the Mets had a right to expect. Mesoraco down swinging for the first out here in the 7th. And I think that there's every chance the Mets are going to want Capuano back next year.
Why not? True pro, always in top physical condition, ready for his starts. And couldn't meet a nicer guy, couldn't meet a more intelligent guy.
And given how little he's pitched over the last 4 years, he might get better next year. There's Paul Yonich, and he drives a base hit. First pitch he sees from Beato, who, by the way, is not throwing nearly as hard now as he was earlier in the year.
4 miles an hour less than he was when he had that stretch where he did not give up an earned run in the beginning of the year. The last thing on Capuano, and this will be the biggest problem for the Mets, is that he'll have a lot of interest.
Well, here's Arroyo. As we said, he's going to go as far as he can in this game, trying to go 9 tonight. So they're going to leave him in. Sacrifice situation anyway, although he bunted into a fielder's choice his last time up. And that one rolls foul.
You know, getting back to Beato and losing the 4 miles per hour on the fastball, but it also translates into his breaking pitch. When you lose velocity, you lose also the sharpness of your breaking ball. It becomes more of a lazier slider or a curve, whatever breaking pitch you're throwing. So it affects everything.
Well, he's been pitching for who knows how long. You know, he hasn't taken a break. This would be a beautiful time for him this winter to take himself a little break.
And he said that. He said he's been pitching for 20 straight months, and you know, the plan had been to go to winter ball, and I think someone suddenly realized, hey, it's time to shut it down.
Yeah.
Manny Acosta, Tim Burdack up in the Mets bullpen. Interesting that Acosta is up. That probably means that Parnell is going to get a save chance, which Terry had hinted that he might do before the end of the year. And Arroyo taking a cut on 0-2, goes down. Second strikeout for Beato. And why not, as well as Parnell's been pitching. Of course. Here's your AT&T trivia question. The only 2 Mets pitchers to make 3 starts in 1 World Series.
Here comes Terry Collins.
I love when we make booth referential questions.
Me, not so much.
Beato will exit. Burdack will come in. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Lincoln. was announced as a pinch hitter.
Well, Burdak has given up a couple of runs in the last outing. In fact, got the loss in last night's game, and been really trying to pitch through the sickness that's gone through the clubhouse. As one of the trainers for the Reds is reworking a glove. They are always the best.
Now, Juan Francisco is batting for Brandon Phillips. Phillips is 1 for 3 tonight. Came into the night hitting .300. They've announced that Phillips left the game with a strained left quad. But I have a sneaking suspicion that Brandon Phillips left the game with a .300 batting average.
Well, good for him. 300 is 300. It's had quite a year for them. 38 doubles, 18 home runs, 82 RBIs.
And he's hitting exactly .300 right now. And, you know, I guess that's one of those things that players appreciate if their manager pulls them out and kind of covers it for them.
I think Reyes, that was done for him a couple of seasons ago when he hit 300 on the nose. I remember Mike Bordick when he was in Oakland A. They took him out of the last couple of games because he was at 2.9958 or something like that.
Marcos Scutaro 2-run homer after a Carl Crawford triple, and the Red Sox with their 3rd home run of the night now lead Baltimore 7-3 in the 6th. Marcos Scutaro, former Met.
Is he another former Met too?
Yes. Of course, when he first came to the Mets, we didn't know how to pronounce his name, so for a couple of days he was Scutaro.
It was.
Until we found out that, well, he's from Venezuela, but he's of Italian descent. So he clued us in that it's Scutaro. And so he's had a much lengthier and more productive career than we could have ever imagined
really
when he was here. Swing and a miss, and Francisco takes a big hack. Is down on strikes to end the inning. 7th inning stretch time. Jose Reyes, who has 2 home runs tonight, will be coming up for the Mets in the bottom of the 7th. Locked in a batting race duel with Ryan Braun. He's played long ball tonight. He'll be up when we come back. In Baltimore with fan discussions, player profiles, and exclusive video on Jets blog presented by Aflac, featured on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Todd Frazier moves from 3rd base to 2nd base. Juan Francisco stays in the game at 3rd, and Jose Reyes, who has 2 home runs tonight, leads off. Ryan Braun just grounds it out in his 2nd at bat, extending Reyes' lead. Reyes at 3.3583 and Braun at 3.3453, so Reyes a point and a half in front now. Reyes has a chance right now to do something no Met has ever done. In their 50-year history, no Met has ever hit 3 home runs in a game at home. Not at the Polo Grounds, not at Shea, and not here. There have been 8 Mets in history, including Reyes, who've hit 3 in a game, but they've all been on the road.
Yep, there was the first one
impressive. Off the facing. Second tank. Pepsi Porch.
In the air to center field. This one's easily playable for Stubbs. And Reyes retired, so he's now 2 for 4 on the night. And getting a bigger and bigger ovation every time he enters or leaves the field. He's now at 3.3521. So he's still about 7/10 of a point ahead. 3.3521 to 3.3453. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's great. It's great. Fantastic. That's wonderful.
By the way, the closest batting race at the end ever, as Tejada fouls one off, was 9/100,000ths of a point. Snuffy Sternweiss in 1945 beat out Tony Cuccinello. Sternweiss 308.54 and Cuccinello 308.45.
Wow. Well, it's shaping up to be the same here. That would have been the last year of the war right there. A lot of those players were overseas in uniform.
Exactly right. And Cuccinello, in fact, never played again in the majors after that year. Of course, he was a long-time coach in the American.
Was that American or national? Oh, boy, look at that. Cardinals. Slam? No, double. Bases loaded double.
Schumacher, bases loaded double. They had a run before that. So after trailing 5-0, Cardinals now back within a run. Meanwhile, the Braves are getting smoked. Jimmy Rollins hit a home run. It's 7-0 Phillies going to the bottom of the 8th.
Was that National or American League?
American League. Snuffy Sternweiss for the Yankees, Cuccinello for the White Sox. The closest National League race ever was in 2003 when Albert Pujols beat out Todd Helton. 3.5871 to 3.5849. 22/100,000ths of a point.
It's beautiful. Once in a few 100,000ths.
We've got wild card races. We got batting races. We got home field races. Hit hard and a base hit for Tejada. Boy, is he off. Heading off to a strong finish. 2 for 3 tonight. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. We asked which two Met pitchers started 3 games in a World Series. One of them's in our booth.
Yep. Kuzman.
The other one is Seaver. In 73. Matt.
Oh, that's right. Matt against the A's.
That's right.
Because we didn't
Seaver pitched Game 6. They should have held him for Game 7 on regular rest.
Yogi didn't pitch George Stone. That's the series Darrell Knowles appeared in every single game for the A's.
First man ever to do that. Curveball misses to Harris, 1-0. Now you ended up pitching that last game on regular rest, right? Because the rain out.
It was regular rest. I was going to pitch on 3 days rest and then the rain out, but pitched against the Red Sox in that series 3 times in 9 days, 10 days, which is pretty cool.
David right on deck.
Well, you and Bobby O won 2 of the most important games in that series in Boston. You won in Boston, right? Yes, I did. It was Kidd had 2 home runs in my game.
Double play ball right at Frazier, and Giannis turns it over for the 4-6-3 double play. That ends the 7th inning. We head off to the 8th with the Mets up 4-3. SNY. Your city probables tomorrow. Miguel Batista makes the last day start for the Mets. Edison Volquez, who's had a very, very disappointing season, will go for the Reds. Manny Acosta on to pitch the 8th inning in a 1-run game.
Interesting little turn of events here. Acosta, who's done an awful nice job coming down the stretch as the closer for the Mets, going to get the 8th inning tonight to give Bobby Parnell a chance.
Drew Stubbs will lead off. Votto and Bruce to follow. Stubbs 1 for 2 and a walk. Doubled back in the 3rd. And he hits a sharp ground ball through the hole, and the Reds get started in the 8th inning. So the tying run aboard. Votto coming up. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin has a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. What's the diving into first base thing? Could you explain that to me? He probably would have been safe if he just run through the bag.
Well, even if he wasn't going to be safe, could have hurt himself for the postseason. Come on now.
Joey Votto hit an opposite field home run his last time up to tie the game. The fireballing lefty Aroldis Chapman up in the Cincinnati bullpen. By the way, do you remember that? Gosh, it's got to be 10-15 years ago. Jody Reed hit into 2 of those in one game against the Twins.
I don't remember that. He did?
Yeah.
No.
2 5-4-3 triple plays.
Oh boy. By the way, the Cardinals are still hitting in that 4th inning. It's still 5-4. First and 3rd and 1 out. So it looks like they're going to tie that one up. I love the fact that they have the green dot lights on where the runners are and the outs and the red light.
Makes it a lot easier to follow the game that way. 0-2 to Votto. Stubbs has 40 stolen bases this year, 2nd in the National League behind Michael Bourne. So he's always a threat to go. Costa with the 0-2. And it's low and inside. In Baltimore, Adam Jones has just homered in the bottom of the 6th. For Baltimore, it's now the Red Sox 7 and the Orioles 4.
Who's pitching for the Red Sox? Aceves?
Aceves now in relief. Yeah. He's given them a lot of solid innings down the stretch.
Where'd he get that number?
He wore that with the Yankees too, 91. And Votto goes around on the changeup. And Acosta gets him. That is 13 strikeouts for Met pitching tonight.
9 of them for Capuano in 6 innings. But he gets ahead in the count. This is the pitch, Ronnie, that has made changed Acosta. It's just made him much more tougher pitcher, that off-speed pitch he throws.
Well, it made him a crossover pitcher. He can get lefties out now. That's the whole difference for Manny.
So now Jay Bruce, who hit a 2-run homer back in the 1st inning, his 100th career home run and his 32nd of the year. Capuano went 6, allowed 3 runs, 5 hits. Pedro Beato got 2 outs, and Tim Burdock the 3rd in the 7th inning. And now Acosta working through the 8th against the big part of the Cincinnati batting order. Reds have hit 2 home runs tonight, 183 for the year. That's the most in the National League. Chris Heisey, who homered last night, the big hit on deck.
A big swing by Bruce. If you can throw 90 plus and you can spot your fastball, I don't see how he can hit it on the outside corner.
He's looking to just pull and jack.
Do you get to a point where all you're doing is trying to hit home runs late in the season? Maybe.
Just trying to improve those numbers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Line to right, coming on his Baxter. He'll play it on a hop. Drew Stubbs pulls in at 2nd, and so Bruce has his 2nd hit of the night. And the Reds have the tying run at 2nd. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Parts Authority, the only name in auto parts you'll ever need to know. Visit them at partsauthority.com and become a VIP member today. And by Capital One Bank's no closing fee refinance. What's in your wallet? Chris Heisey bats. Dan Warthen's going to take a trip to the mound. So how about the Ozzie Guillen affair? Ozzie asks for a new contract. Kenny Williams says no way.
Yeah.
Ozzie says, can I leave now then?
Yeah. Eddie says,
they say, sure.
Yeah, go ahead. And just let the Marlins know, if you go over and sign with them, we need a couple of players. I will say, for the Marlins, who had a awful year and they're going into a new ballpark, they couldn't have gotten a more dynamic, energetic, outstanding manager that could turn that whole franchise around.
Now, it's not official yet, and we're assuming it's going to happen, because remember last year we all assumed Bobby Valentine was going to be managing there, and then they couldn't agree on a deal.
I guess we did. Yes, we did.
So we'll see. But, you know, Ozzie was third base coach in Florida and certainly knows, you know, the hierarchy there very well. There's Chris Heisey, and he swings and misses. And he's also very well known to Terry Collins. Terry has known Ozzie since he was 18 years old. He managed him in winter ball, and they are very good friends. And Terry said he's really looking forward to having Ozzie in the division.
Ozzie was one of my favorite players to play against. He's the only guy I ever faced in the major leagues that you tried to throw the ball down the middle. He was such a good bad ball hitter that you could get him to pop up if you just threw it down the middle. It was a very strange dynamic.
Well, I remember Cardinals have tied that up, by the way. We're a step ahead of the scoreboard.
You're always a step ahead.
You're talking about throwing it down the middle to Ozzie.
Runners go. The throw to third, and Stubbs is meat. Tolley guns down Stubbs for the second out.
Boy, I did not think he was out there, and neither did Dusty. It'll be interesting to see this replay.
Certainly the ball beat him.
I think he's safe. I agree with Ronnie.
Safe. Come on. You can see it up here 150 feet away, 200 feet away.
Tim McClellan, the third base umpire, he's had a rough week.
Well.
He had first base in that 14-inning game at Yankee Stadium on Sunday night. Missed 3 different calls.
Threw Girardi out. And Joe let him know with the 3 fingers.
So Bruce moves to second on the plate. 2 out of the inning. 1 and 2 to Heisey. And Tolley with a nice stop. 2 and 2.
By the way, you have to be safe there by more than that in that circumstance, right, Keith?
Can't get thrown out.
Yep. I mean, he didn't, but he did.
Leave no doubt.
Yeah, there you go.
Two. Just missed. And a full count to Heisey.
Home plate umpires had a good game. I'm telling you that. Close pitch, but it was a ball. Oh, there you are, Keith.
Let's say yes.
John Jay with a sacrifice fly.
That sacrifice fly also advanced the runners to second and third, too. But there's 2 outs.
Ford's like 2 minutes behind you. No wonder you were such a good hitter. You just knew it was coming all the time.
Is that like 2015?
Yeah.
Yankees hanging on to their lead in Tampa Bay, but they've got 2 men on with nobody out.
How about that? Who's chunking for the Yanks? 29.
Cologne started. Soriano's in now for the Yankees. 3 and 2 to Heisey with the tying run at second and 2 out. And he fouls back.
Lucky to get that pitch back. Oh, Lord.
That was a
nice slider.
Well, look at this one. Oh, jeez. He had a rip, and he knew it. He missed it.
You know, of all the names you always hear about Bruce and Stubbs, this would be a guy that might be a nice guy under the radar to put on your ball club. Run, power, or enough power. Gamer.
Matt Joyce just hit a 3-run homer for the Rays to put them up on the Yankees.
Oh, man.
5-3 Tampa Bay.
I told you the baseball gods triple play.
That's a big, big hit.
That stuff does not happen in game 161 unless they're looking down on you.
No.
Wow.
Rays were down 3-2 in the 6th inning, turned a triple play to get out of a bases loaded jam, and now they've gone in front 5-3 on Joyce's 3-run homer.
Boy, so they got 6 outs to get, and it's theirs.
Well, Boston leading 2, though. 3-2 to Heisey. Hit toward the middle. Reyes with a diving stop, and he got him. Reyes putting on a show. 2 home runs and this play to keep the tying run from scoring. He's leaving an impression. Title. Matt Kemp still has an outside shot to be 40-40 this year.
Was he 3-8?
He's got 38 homers to go with his 40 steals.
Well, what a play here, and that could be the game saver. 2 home runs on the night, and there he is. Beautiful play. You got it. As good as it gets.
What people forget about Reyes, among everything else, is how much he likes to win. You know, last night he was just beating himself up about getting caught rounding second, even though it was his 3rd hit and he took over the batting lead and all that. He cared about the fact that, you know, he made a bad play, might have cost the team a chance to win. Right, pops one fouling out play, and it, you know, you can say this about David too. These guys have been here for so long without winning, and it just kills them.
Well, at some point, Gary, on the back of your baseball card, you do not want a goose egg in that World Championship column.
Well, a lot of guys never get there.
It's true.
And one that comes to mind all the time is you look at Aroldis Chapman, is probably the most famous is Ernie Banks.
Yeah.
Dale Murphy. I mean, a lot of those guys. Center field, and Stubbs is there. Look at Don Mattingly.
Yeah.
What a great career he had. He left right before the Yankees championship run.
That's right.
Well, at least he got into a playoff, though.
Last
you know,
year, yeah.
Banks never saw a postseason.
Right, but then, you know, obviously it was a different animal then. You didn't have the 2 rounds prior to the World Series. By the way, Arroyo trying to go 9. He won't get a chance to go 9 unless this team scores in the top of the 9th. But if he goes 9, he gets to 200 innings. His career high pitch count is 129. He's at 118 now, and Evans helps him out, swinging first pitch, and Francisco used that strong arm to gun him down. Almost sailed on him. 2 out. They've gone to the bottom of the 9th in Atlanta. Phillies 7, Braves nothing. And with the Cardinals having come from 5 runs down to tie up their game in Houston, there's a chance for St. Louis to be even with the Braves going into the final day.
I've got 11 different flights for the next couple of days, so
I'm sure there are other people in the same boat.
Man,
nobody knows what direction to go. Here's Tolley. The one thing you know is that there's going to be a game in Philadelphia on Saturday.
Yes.
And there's going to be a game at Yankee Stadium on Friday. Those are the only 2 things you know. And Tolley smacks a base hit, his second of the night. So Josh, who drove in the go-ahead run in the 6th inning, has a 2-out single off Arroyo.
2 pair for Tolley.
Our team Prado just homered to break up the shutout. It's now 7-1 Phillies.
Who did he home run? Bastardo?
Kendrick.
Oh, okay.
Who's in for Tampa Bay right now to try to close this out? 47, Gare.
Well, it's only the top of the 8th.
Yeah, right.
It's Gomes.
Okay.
Excuse my ignorance. Do you know who Gomes is?
No, I don't. I know he's a right-hander, but other than that, do not.
I don't feel so bad now.
So
Keeping my mouth shut.
I mean, I remember Wayne Gomes used to pitch for the Phillies.
You know Johnny Gomes, but
Gomes.
He's no more for his hitting.
Baxter pulls one foul. Back-to-back conference action kicks off as the Scarlet Knights head north for their Big East opener at the Carrier Dome, still in the Big East. Then catch the Huskies as they host the Broncos at Rentschler Field. Rutgers at Syracuse, followed by Western Michigan again at UConn. Coverage begins with City pregame Saturday at 11:30 on SNY. 1-2 to Baxter, who's 1 for 2 in a walk. Brandon Gomes is the right-hander for Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Can we quote you on that?
Well, Dave Freed told me. I trust him. Baxter down on strikes, so Arroyo's gotten through 8. Now it's up to his teammates to try and get him the 9th. Bobby Parnell will try and close it for New York. 4-3 Mets. Geico Sports Night, your nightly source for all things New York sports. Tonight, the latest on the judge dismissing 9 of 11 counts against the Mets owners. Mark Sanchez and lots of wild card baseball. Geico Sports Night tonight after the postgame on SNY. It's not Bobby Parnell, it's Manny Acosta trying for a 6-out save for the Mets.
What are they calling out Sanchez for? For throwing for 360 yards? I mean, come on.
So Acosta being asked to do double duty tonight. The setup man for himself. 0-2 on Frazier, who's 0 for 3 tonight in front of family and friends. Devin Mesoraco on deck. Paul Janisch after that. As the Reds try and come back in the ninth. Cincinnati took a 1-run victory last night. Acosta got bailed out in the last inning, gave up a couple of hits, but Stubbs was caught stealing at third on a questionable call, and then Reyes made a fantastic play to keep the Mets in the lead. Now the 1-2 to Frazier, and the fastball sits high at 97. 2-2. Mets bullpen is quiet. This is on Acosta to try and register a 6-out save. Going for his 5th save of the year.
The way things have gone for Capriano, it'd be nice for him to get a win.
Yep.
Little cue shot down to first, and Evans handles it easily. 1 away. So 1 out and nobody on now. Devin Mesoraco, who's gone 0 for 3. To say that every at bat for him tonight has been like Groundhog Day.
Yes, it has.
One ball, no strikes to Mesoraco. Well, Bronson Arroyo hoping that his team can get a run and get him the bottom of the ninth. However, he's due up 4th in the inning, so if they get a rally going, that's going to provide a problem. There's a base hit to left field for Mesoraco, and the tying run is on, and Harris makes sure he doesn't let that ball get by him. So Mesoraco is aboard, and now we'll get a pinch hitter. Yonder Alonso will bat for Paul Janisch. Alonso, who came up to pinch hit last night, has an ankle problem, can't run, but can hit. And Daniel Herrera quickly to work in the Mets bullpen. Alonso struck out as a pinch hitter last night. Tying run at first and 1 out. And Alonso fouls one off. Right after we're done here, be sure to keep it tuned for Lincoln Post Game Live. Chris Carlin, Bobby Ojeda will have more on Jose Reyes' big day, more on the news of Terry Collins' option being picked up, and more on the judge's decision in the Madoff case as well. All on Lincoln Post Game Live. Fly ball down the left field line, that'll slice away and go foul, and it's 0-2 to Alonso.
In September, are you surprised that the catcher Mesoraco is not being run for at first base?
They don't have much on their bench. They've got so many people hurt. They came into the night with only 5 available bench players, including Alonso, who can't run.
So the same as the Mets then.
Sapelt would be the only guy they could use, and I don't know how banged up Ramon Hernandez, a regular catcher, is to be able to go in if they need a catcher. A ball and 2 strikes to Alonso. Yeah, they're pretty much the same boat.
You surprised all the games are tomorrow night?
All the games of import and the wild card races are, yep. And so is Milwaukee's game as far as the batting race is concerned. I'm surprised anybody's playing tomorrow night.
Come on.
Figured they'd play all the games in the daytime to give the teams that need to go somewhere a chance to get there. 2-2 to Alonso. Nice
play.
Stop by Tolley.
I mean, the argument is that you play night games to get more people in the stands. If you haven't got people in the stands by the last game, no one's coming, by the way.
Well, it's also for us.
Jeez. Yeah.
TV, although the Mets are playing a day game. Parnell gets up alongside Herrera. Final score in Atlanta, Phillies beat the Braves 7-1. So the Cardinals could tie it tonight if they can beat Houston. They are 5-5 in the 5th. Aroldis Chapman's pitched a game down there in the bullpen. How about this? Ryan Lavarnway just hit another home run.
No way.
Lavarnway, there's strike 3 called. Alonso down looking for the second out. LaVarnway, who had a 3-run homer earlier.
Wow.
It's his second big league home run, and it's 8-4 Red Sox in the 8th.
Good curveball there from Manny Acosta. Well, I'd have to say after Cask and Flagon, they already have a sandwich named the LaVarnway.
So now Edgar Renteria will bat for Bronson Arroyo. There's the run on the board for Boston. So the Rays leading in the 8th, the Red Sox leading in the 8th, and they may go into the final day tied. Atlanta and St. Louis might go into the final day tied. So Bronson Arroyo will finish the year with 199 innings, barely snapping a 6-year streak of throwing 200 or more innings. Of course, they could throw Arroyo for an inning at relief tomorrow if they really wanted to.
Yeah, they could. Yeah.
It's been done before. Oh, 0-1 to Renteria, and Edgar takes a strike, and it's 0-2. Renteria started last night, went 1 for 4. Two from Acosta. Up and away. If Renteria keeps it going, Juan Francisco would be next. One-two. All the way. Thing about Renteria, clutch situation, never an easy out.
He is just calm, cool, and collected, and has been since his first day in the major leagues.
Met pitchers have struck out 14 tonight. That's a season high for a 9-inning game. Acosta trying to finish it off. Slider away, 2-2. To Renteria. Hit hard toward the hole, a base hit. And Renteria keeps it going for the Reds. A pinch single for Edgar Renteria, and now the tying run at second base with Juan Francisco coming up.
Well, nothing David can do here. That ball's ripped.
And now do you bring in the left-hander to get Francisco, or do you stay with Acosta, who's thrown an inning and 2/3?
Stay with him.
Mesoraco will leave for a pinch runner.
I think you have to stay with him, and it's interesting with the tight quad that their best hitter Phillips is not in the game.
Dave Sapelt is running at second base for Mesoraco. So who's coming in, Parnell or Herrera?
Parnell.
It's going to be Parnell to try and get the final out. So after Acosta gets 5 outs, Parnell will try and get 1 for the save. Great effort by Acosta. 4-3 Mets. We'll be right back. Well, since developing a knuckle curve, Bobby Parnell has been very good lately.
Even right before that, and he's not allowed to run and 10 straight out. And look, they're looking at his glove, though. The umpire on the bases wants to check his glove, and they might have to cut one of the strings, which is extremely long.
And this is the first time it's been enforced. It's McClellan. And I'm telling you, it was strongly enforced in our day, Ron. Pitchers weren't allowed to have anything out there that can be a distraction to the hitter.
He wouldn't want you guys distracted by a string.
Remember, pitchers couldn't wear gold chains.
That's right.
Because the lights, reflection in the goal. It's very distracting.
Were you ever a player who wore his number around his neck?
Say yes.
No.
Sapelt, the pinch runner at second. Renteria at first. 2 out, 2 on. 9th inning. 4-3 New York. And Juan Francisco up for the second time. He struck out in the 7th. And the pitch to the power hitter is fouled down the left side. Parnell starting him off with 98-mile-an-hour gas.
What's that tell you right there? A little tardy, maybe a little more than tardy.
Oh, 1 to Francisco. Is high and tight. 1-1.
That is. I love when he throws that fastball, Gary. Over the top. He gets that zing on it upstairs. Not when he goes sidearm, a little 3/4 and tries to get that little fade. Just over the top and bring it.
Now the 1-1. And Francisco lines one the other way for a base hit. In with the tying run is Sapelt. To third goes Renteria. An RBI double for Juan Francisco has tied the game at 4. So Parnell comes in trying to get a 1-out save, and he gives up an opposite field double to Francisco. And we're all even.
Well, the ball's up and away. Oh, it's down the middle.
Yeah, he didn't hit that the other way. He just was late.
He just stayed level and was able to inside out it. And let's see, let me tell you, Harris getting over there to cover that.
Great job.
If that goes to the wall, Mets are losing.
Well, Renteria was not running particularly hard from first to third. I'm not sure if he could have scored anyway, but now Drew Stubbs with a chance to get the lead for the Reds. Stubbs is 2 for 3 and a walk tonight. A single and a double. Meanwhile, in Milwaukee, Ryan Braun just walked in his 4th plate appearance, so he stays at 335. Reyes at a better 335. And Reyes may get another turn at bat now. Stubbs pops one up, and Reyes is there. That retires the side, but Parnell with the blown save. Francisco's RBI double gets the Reds even as the Mets come up in the bottom of the 9th in a 4-4 game.
True.
Changes for the Reds. Ramon Hernandez comes in to catch. He'll hit the 7-hole. Edgar Renteria, who pinch hit and got a big base hit to keep the inning alive, stays in at shortstop. And the pitcher is Aroldis Chapman. He will hit in the 8th spot in the batting order.
Well, the Mets just pitched their 100-mile-an-hour guy. This is the Reds' 100-mile-an-hour guy. He's been much better in the second half, 2.5 ERA after he came off the DL.
Jason Pridey, the pitcher spot, and Jose Reyes, the scheduled hitters for the Mets in the bottom of the 9th. Bobby Parnell couldn't get the job done after a couple of hits against Acosta. Reyes due up 3rd in the inning, has 2 home runs tonight. He is 0.7 of a point ahead of Ryan Braun in the batting race as we head toward the latter stages of the next to last day.
It'll be interesting to see when Reyes comes up, because I know you guys remember the at bat when he was in Cincinnati. He didn't want any part of Chapman, so he's going to need to tonight.
Jason Pridey is 0 for 3, grounded out twice and flied out. Josh Satin is out on deck to bat for Parnell. And as tough as it might be for a guy like Reyes, how hard is it for a left-hand hitter to face this guy?
Punt.
They've gone to the 9th in St. Petersburg. Rays 5, Yankees 3.
Oh boy.
They're in the bottom of the 8th in Baltimore. Red Sox 8, Orioles 4.
And
so both teams trying to hold serve and send it tied into the final day. Meanwhile, the Astros have gone back out in front of the Cardinals. They've been awfully pesky.
Cardinals bullpen.
if you don't take 2 out of 3, I mean, from a team that's lost over 100 games, the only team that's going to wind up losing 100, what way goes. Boy, oh boy, you don't deserve to get in the playoffs.
That's right.
Gosh, could Atlanta just back in? Put the truck in reverse?
Well, Braves lost tonight 7-1 to the Phillies. Daniel Herrera checking out the lineup card with John Davis. And Pridey down on strikes, 97 miles an hour from Chapman to get him for the first out. Josh Satin had been out on deck, but Justin Turner's going to come up instead.
Can't be faint of heart against Chapman.
So this is an interesting move by Terry. He had Satin out there. Did he have Satin out there in a bunting situation?
I don't know.
Because now he's going to send up Turner instead.
I think Turner's a better guy to pinch hit right now.
So Turner gets the call.
He just had a change of heart.
Turner. That happened. That's right. So that go-ahead run for Houston came up on a double play ball. 6-5 Houston as they go to the 6th. So here's Turner hitting a .263 on the year, facing the fireballer Chapman, and misses away for ball 1. There's been a lot of talk, by the way, in Cincinnati about making Chapman a starter next year.
I can see that.
Be like a Vida Blue, wouldn't he?
Reyes waiting on deck.
Oh boy, he's got an arm.
He does.
Nice motion too.
He'd have to learn to change up if he started, though, and that's not as easy as they say.
He's got a nice motion, Ron.
Yeah.
He really seems to get everything in sync, and he really drives towards home. That's why he throws it that hard.
Gets ahead on Turner, 1-2.
Got some serious life upstairs too.
Justin is 4 for 9 as a pinch hitter, but he's in a hole here against Aroldis Chapman. And the 1-2, and just get a piece of that one. 98. Bronson Arroyo went 8 innings, allowed 4 runs, 9 hits, a walk, 5 strikeouts. No decision for him tonight. 2-2 now to Turner.
I wonder if that was a changeup there. It's interesting, right?
Changeup split or something like that.
Something like that, right? Because this slider is a big slurve.
Reds have taken 2 different leads tonight. Reds have tied it each time. Here's a ground ball to short for Renteria to backhand. And he throws out Turner 2 away. So Chapman's retired the first 2, and now Reyes will come to bat. It's been a big night for Jose with the bat and with the glove. One of many ovations is received tonight. He's also had a curtain call, and there will be more on tap for tomorrow. And even more if he can take one deep here. Reyes has 2 home runs tonight, both as a left-hand hitter. No Met has ever hit 3 home runs in a game in a home game. Batting race right now. Reyes at 3.3521. Braun at 3.3453. Braun 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. Reyes 2 for 4. One from Chapman. Bouncing ball foul. 1-2. If Reyes makes it out here, he will still have a very small lead in the batting race heading into Braun's next at bat.
Get a knock. That'll put him in a nice spot for tomorrow.
Facing a tough guy to get a hit against. Here's the 1-2. And he breaks his bat. Chapman out to field it. Takes his time and fires it down the line. Reyes heads for second. And he's in safely. Now we'll wait to see how they score it. They're going to score it a hit and an error. So Reyes hits one 25 feet, breaks his bat, and gets a hit.
Well, that ball just ties him up. And Chapman just, oh boy, and get a hit out of that. You're living right. But look at Chapman. Chapman just very lanky and gawky. He would have had him with a good throw.
Look, if the throw didn't hit him, he might have killed him. I mean, he's just trying to protect himself.
Oh, the ball hit him. The ball hit his foot.
I don't know. It's close. I don't know if you make the call.
Oh. No argument from the Reds, but it certainly could have hit him on the toe.
Wow.
Reyes now at 3.3645. Nearly 2 full points in front of Braun. A second straight 3-hit game for Reyes. 2 home runs and a 25-foot broken back, get out of the way kind of excuse me hit. Now a base hit could win it. And Tejada, who has 2 hits tonight, takes ball 1.
Well, you got the right guy up here.
Yeah.
You just shorten up and not, well, shorten up. Be compact.
The way Tejada's swinging right now, if you're the Reds, wouldn't you walk him and pitch to Harris, left-hand hitter?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Two 2-0.
I would now. But I know what you're saying, Keith. He's so dominant that it doesn't matter right-hander or left-hander. He's throwing his pitches. You're out.
I don't think Harris is going to hit.
Who are they going to hit? Satin?
What do you got left? You got Satin, Polino, and Nikias. That's it. Chris Davis, RBI single, bottom of the 8th for the Orioles. Red Sox lead 8-5.
Cheat a little bit, Ruben.
Look away.
Cheat a little bit. Get it started a little quicker. Hit a bullet.
And Nolan Reimold just tripled in a run. It's now 8-6 Boston in the bottom of the 8th. Daniel Bard is really fading. 2-0 to Tejada. There goes Reyes. And no throw. And now the potential winning run is on third. Stolen base number 39 for Jose. Is he having a game tonight?
Yeah, no look see. No one's holding him on to see the third.
Now he could score on a wild pitch, and Chapman could be wild.
Or an error. Votto all the way back, left-handed pitcher. How about a little push bunt? Beat it out.
Chapman's thrown 4 wild pitches this year. Two and two to Tejada.
Wow.
Some serious gas.
Oh boy, he's a talent.
He's got a great arm.
He is a talent.
Final in St. Pete. Rays 5, Yankees 3. So for the moment, Tampa Bay's a half game in front. Reyes the potential winning run at third. 2 and 2 to Tejada.
You ready for that slider in the dirt?
And Reyes faking down the line, trying to draw the game-winning balk from Chapman. Good gamesmanship there. Reyes has done this before.
Well, he's not going to have to face him maybe again. Here he comes.
He did the right thing.
Smooth as a cucumber.
Yep.
Tell you what, he came close to breaking that front leg before he stepped off. 2 and 2 to Tejada. And he fouls one at the plate.
Boy, Chapman just looks like an athlete out there, doesn't he?
It's like a left-handed Doc.
You know, he really does.
Two. Off the corner, 100 miles an hour, and Tejada able to lay off. It's 3 and 2.
How about the at-bats that Tejada has had this month?
21 years old. He's a player. Now it's 3 and 2. And Tejada stays in there. Two-out broken bat hit by Reyes. Chapman threw it away for an error. Reyes stole third. And Tejada, who had a walk-off hit a year ago tomorrow, looking for one here. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. There'll be a 9th. A kid who looked a little overmatched at times earlier this year, not overmatched anymore.
Well, the past and the present on third base. The future at the plate.
Maybe the future together. That's certainly Mets' fervent hope. Again, the 3-2. Ball 4.
Nice at bat.
A 9-pitch walk engineered by Tejada. He's on base for the 4th time tonight. And now Chapman will have to go after Harris. Well, he's gone 0 for 4 tonight. 3 ground balls, one of those into a double play and a strikeout.
This is the hardest thrower I've seen all year.
Good Lord. Easy gas, right, Cage?
Jeez, with a beautiful motion. Everything working together, no stress on the arm, and he just can flat bring it.
Now, we have not seen a curveball or a slider, I believe, yet.
Just that one changeup. They're going to the 9th in Baltimore. The Orioles got those 2 in the bottom of the 8th. So Red Sox 8, Orioles 6 going to the 9th. Boston needed to win to stay tied with Tampa Bay. So here's Harris. 2 for 8 in this series. And Willie takes up and in for ball 1.
I'll tell you what, my approach on this guy is I am taking anything middle end
and I'm looking outside corner, out over the plate with a base hit to left field.
Especially with Francisco in third base.
Just throw me away.
Tejada runs, they'll let him go. Defensive indifference. And it takes off the force at second base. Well, Harris has done awfully well in limited bats against lefties this year, but there aren't too many lefties like this. 2 balls and a strike. David Wright would be next. Mets trail 2-0, led 3-2. Reds tied it. Mets led 4-3. Reds tied it in the top of the 9th. Now the Mets trying to pull it out in the bottom of the 9th.
When you try to build your left-hander in your video games at home, he comes out as Chapman. Wow.
2-1 to Willie Harris. Up and in. 3-1, and David Wright might get a chance with the bases loaded.
Sit. Fastball. Outer half of the plate.
Francisco still in at third base, even with the bag. Nice little hole there.
Might this be the one time you want to take 3-1?
No.
He's going to ease up, give you about a 96 mile an hour, middle of the plate away.
You're just looking for that gas.
Left field, Heisey is there, and we're going to extra innings. Harris hit it pretty well the other way, but the Mets strand 2 in the bottom of the 9th against Chapman, and we go to the 10th, tied at 4. Authorities down in the truck. Just wanted your input. So the question tonight is, do you like the opportunity to participate in the nightly text poll? Now, obviously, it's a self-selecting group of texters, so I think that might skew the results a little bit. But play along with us. Yes or no? Do you like to participate?
And New York fans out there, listen. You won't hurt our feelings if you say no. All right, so be honest. We want to know. But that's why we're asking the question.
But you realize even by voting no, they're participating in the text poll. Daniel Herrera will pitch the 10th. Justin Turner stays in the game at second base. Joey Votto leads off and takes ball 1. So bonus baseball in the second to last game of the year. Hey, last year the Mets played 14 innings in the last game of the season.
Oh, I remember. As if it was yesterday.
Remember who pitched the 14?
Yeah, I do. Cut down with OPP.
It was Ali, who had been sitting for a month before he came in to pitch that last inning and put an end to the season. Votto tonight 1 for 4, hit a home run in the 6th. That was a thing of beauty. An opposite field shot that cleared the wall over the 384 mark, just above the orange line. Votto's 29th of the year. Reds 4 runs, 11 hits. Mets 4 runs, 10 hits. We're now in the 10th. And Votto lifts one out to center. Friday is there. 1 out. The Reds are 11-5 in extra inning games this year. The Mets are 7-6. Here's Jay Bruce, 2 for 4, and 2-run homer back in the first. He singled his last time up in the 8th. Reds tied it in the top of the 9th. They were down to their last out with a runner at first, but Edgar Renteria, who was behind in the count, battled back, got a base hit to keep it going, and then Juan Francisco doubled off Bobby Parnell to tie up the game. And Herrera misses outside with a curveball. They've gone to the 7th inning now in Houston as Nick Massett and Francisco Cordero both get up. Cordero in case there's a save opportunity, Massett if there's not. They're now in the 7th, 6-5 Houston, and Bruce hits another one deep to right, headed toward the Pepsi porch, and that ball is off the Mo zone in play. Heading to second is Bruce, and he's in standing with a double.
Well, Bruce should be fined. Cadillac, Sirius Eldorado, out of the box. That should have been a triple.
Came close to hitting the overhang, but did not, and so it stayed in play off the Mo zone.
It's not Cincinnati.
Well, maybe that's why he's not the player he should be. Right there.
That should be a triple.
It's his 3rd hit of the night, but instead of being on 3rd with 1 out, he is merely on 2nd. Herrera will exit, and the Mets will bring Ryote Igarashi, who was brilliant last night, in to try and keep this a tie game. Well, this was a no-brainer. The results of our Toyota Text Poll. Do you like the opportunity to participate in the nightly text poll? Well, everybody who participates said yes, and those who don't participate didn't vote.
Well, two things happened there. That means that's coming back next year, and we don't have to be creative and come up with something different.
I'd like to know who the 8% is.
But here's the good news. The good news is a lot of people voted. Igarashi brought in to throw an intentional walk to Chris Heisey, and this is something managers don't often do. Generally, they'll have the prior pitcher issue the intentional walk, but Igarashi brought in and he walks Heisey.
Yeah, what I don't like ever this move. You want Herrera to do it, so Igarashi can come in fresh and throw his first pitch. But Igarashi's doing a good thing here, Gary and Keith.
He's throwing it hard.
Yeah, he's throwing it hard. So it keeps him still where he needs to be.
So Herrera will look on and see whether Igarashi can put down the threat. Ryota was fantastic last night. Came into the 6th inning with the bases loaded and nobody out. Got a pop-up, a strikeout, and a ground ball. Got another out in the 7th. And was working quicker, more efficiently. It was refreshing. See if he can back it up tonight as he faces Todd Frazier, who's had a tough night tonight. 2 strikeouts, 2 ground balls. He's gone 0 for 4 in front of a big rooting contingent up from Toms River. Ball 1 to Frazier. Ramon Hernandez is on deck. Bruce at second and Heisey at first with 1 out. Fastball taken high, and it's 2-0 to Frazier. They've gone to the bottom of the 9th in Baltimore. Red Sox 8, Orioles 6.
Tap time.
Now to Todd Frazier, and Igarashi falls behind 3-0. So after issuing the intentional walk, now he's in danger of the unintentional walk.
That's why you don't do it. There we go.
There's a strike, 3-1.
Don't take here. If you're a hitter.
No, I think Frazier's ready.
To get a fastball ripping, you're going to get a heater. Walk the bases loaded. Could get a nice fat one.
On 3-1, Frazier takes a big rip. 3-2.
Up and in, looks very blind there, doesn't he?
It's a big swing in this situation. Just need a base hit.
I think he's a little overamped.
I think you're right. Trying to do something big in front of the family. Understandable.
3-2 with 1 out, and Igarashi taking a look at Bruce.
I don't think they're going to be running here.
Igarashi, the 7th Met pitcher of the night. 3-2 to Frazier. And a broken back grounder right with the charge. And the toss got him by a stride. 2 out as the runners move to 2nd and 3rd.
Well, that was ball 4.
So Frazier 0 for 5. But now the go-ahead run at 3rd base.
He's got everything. He's got the toe tap. He's got the placement of the foot. Just couldn't deal with the running fastball in.
Now it's 2nd and 3rd. First base is open. Ramon Hernandez is up. The pitcher's spot is due next, and they don't have any available position players left. So they've got some injured people on the bench who are supposedly not available. But that's Dontrell Willis with the bat.
And he can hit.
He can hit, but he's a pitcher. Of course, he had a game-winning hit for himself the other day. So they're going to pitch to Hernandez, but you'd have to think you pitch carefully here.
Dontrell also has a grand slam here in Flushing in his career.
Yes, he does. Dontrell got his first win of the season in his last start of the year. 13 starts. He had gone his first 12 without a win, but he got the go-ahead hit in his own victory. Ball and a strike to Hernandez, the veteran catcher who's been sitting a lot lately, letting Mesoraco start down the stretch. Hernandez had a pretty good year for the Reds. 35 years old. He's been a quality backstop for a long time.
I don't know how healthy Ramon is, but he'd be a nice addition to a staff. You were trying to introduce a new catcher, be a tutor, and catch at the same time.
Cordero and Massett still up in the bullpen. 2-1 to Ramon Hernandez.
Oh, it got him.
And it hit him. So now Willis will come to bat with the bases loaded. So rather than intentionally walking Ramon Hernandez, they hit him with a pitch. So now Dontrell will come up as a pinch hitter.
And if I were the manager of the Cincinnati Reds, Dusty Baker, Dan Wharton's going to come out to speak to Igarashi. Wish we had a counter on that one this season. This is where you have to tell, even though he's a pinch hitter, he's a pitcher, he has to take a strike. Do not swing until Igarashi throws a strike.
It's hard in September to run out of position players, though.
Well, both these teams have so many people hurt down the stretch of the year. Miguel Cairo had shoulder surgery, and Scott Rowland's been out since July. And with the Mets, they've got a couple of guys with potential concussions, and May is out. So both teams more shorthanded than you'd expect at the end of the year. Bruce, Heisey, and Hernandez, the base runners. Dontrell Willis, he's been used twice as a pinch hitter this year, 0 for 2 in a pinch hitting role. Bases loaded, 2 out, tie game, 10th inning. And Dontrell takes a big first rip at a fastball. I guess he didn't get the message.
Hey, listen, Dontrell can hit, but a little behind that fastball.
Dontrell this year, 12 hits and 30 at bats. He's hitting .400 with a home run. And he fouls it off, and Igarashi's ahead 0-2. We got a chance to watch Dontrell quite a bit early in his career. Came up with the Marlins in 03, helped them to a World Series title that year. Had a couple of phenomenal years before his star began to fade. Here's the 0-2. And he gets him on strikes. Igarashi blows away Dontrell Willis to end the inning. So the Reds leave him loaded in the 10th. Now Wright will lead off in the bottom, tied at 4. City looking beautiful on a Tuesday night.
That's the city that awaits you, my friend.
Yes.
Put your arms around it. Oh, let it pull you in.
Oh.
New Yorker, Times Square, Times Square.
A million stories in that city.
Nick Massett on to pitch the bottom of the 10th for the Reds.
He only owned about 24 of them. Pretty good. Nick Bassett, we saw him last night. Boy, was he sharp. Great curveball, 95 miles an hour.
Alan Craig RBI double in the top of the 7th for the Cardinals, so they've come from behind again to tie the Astros. They were once down 5-0 in that game. Now 6-6 in the 7th. Atlanta's already lost, so the Cardinals can tie the Braves if they win tonight. David Wright 1 for 4 tonight, singled in a run back in the first. And the first pitch curveball from Massett drops in for a strike. You were raving about Massett's curveball last
time. You don't see curveballs like this very often, Gary. To have the speed on it and the break and the late bite, something you just don't see.
And 95 miles an hour to go with it. And yet he's given up more hits than innings pitched. Walked about half as many as he's thrown innings. His numbers are not good. How can that be?
That kind of fastball, okay, if you want to waste that, that's a good waste pitch if you're going to go inside and get him, Ronnie.
Yep. He likes his curveball, so that's what you'll mostly feature. Loves it.
Now they're going in.
Oh, and David, who got hit in the shoulder blade last night, has to vacate tonight.
By the way, after getting hit by Cordero last night, their closer, and Massett coming up and in right here. Not saying it's a bad play to go up and in, but the Met pitchers, it would behoove them occasionally to brush one of the Reds back. I mean, come on.
David was pretty sore in that area, but a lot higher on his back than the stress fracture he suffered earlier in the year, and he pronounced himself good to go tonight. He said the one thing he doesn't want to get hit in the same spot. Curveball, strike 3 call, and David knew it. Well, Massett dropping that hook on him on 3-2 for the first out.
Well, off the table.
It's a Greg Olson curveball.
Yeah, it is. Although Olson's might have been harder and bigger in his day. Heyday now.
His best day. Here's Evans. Nick doubled to left and scored the go-ahead run for the Mets in the 6th. That held up until the Reds tied it in the 9th. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, 1 out and 1 on for the Orioles in the bottom of the 9th. Boston 8, Baltimore 6. And looks like there are now 2 on.
2 on, yep. Yeah. I see 2 green lights.
Guerrero just singled, and it's 1st and 3rd. And it gets even more interesting.
Wow.
Papelbon retired Markakis after about a 10-pitch at bat, but then gave up the hit to Guerrero, who will swing at anything. Slow ground ball. Nice easy hop for Francisco. Low throw and dug out by Votto. 2 out.
Well, Francisco has a great arm, but he loves to take his time and allow the runner to run. And when he makes a bad throw like that, he was lucky it dug out by Votto.
That was a tough one for Votto, too.
Come up and throw the ball over there. Give your first baseman a better chance.
So 2 out and nobody on. Here's Josh Tolley, who's 2 for 4 tonight. Drove in a run with a 6th inning single. That at the time gave the Mets a 4-3 lead. Mets have 10 hits tonight. The Reds have a dozen. A slow grinder, and Votto will handle it easily. So a 1-2-3 inning for Nick Massett. We move to the 11th here at Citi Field. Mets and Reds tied at 4. 11th inning, Edgar Renteria leads off against Ryota Igarashi. Big doings in Houston, where the Cardinals have scored 4 times in the 7th. Ryan Theriot a 2-run triple, Nick Punto an RBI double, and the Cardinals now lead the Astros 9-6 going to the bottom of the 7th. If they win, they'll be tied with the Braves going to the final day. Ground ball, Reyes on the backhand, and the throw gets his opposite number, Renteria. 1 pitch and 1 out. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, an RBI ground out by Matt Wieters in the bottom of the 9th. Boston 8, Baltimore 7, 2 out, the tying run at second, and Adam Jones at the plate. Boston needed to win to stay even with Tampa Bay. So we could have 2 wild card races tied going to the final day.
Just craziness. Craziness.
Here's Juan Francisco, who doubled in the tying run in the 9th inning against Bobby Parnell, up for the 3rd time in the game. There's the Cardinal lead. Is that a little drizzle falling? Been saying all night there might be a chance of rain tonight and tomorrow. Well, haven't seen any.
Just seeing all these games, Gary, they're all at night, so I will be home tomorrow. No place to go.
You'll be watching. On the ground, and Turner slides over to get it, and Francisco doesn't even bother running. That's bad. That's a young player trying to earn a job, and he doesn't run hard to first on a grounder.
2nd day in a row. Did it last night.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, the only thing we don't know, I don't know, you know, if he's injured or something, then we take it back, but not a good play.
I mean, we saw Jay Bruce admiring a home run that wasn't a home run.
That was bad.
And now that. It's not a good sign. Here's Drew Stubbs with 2 out and nobody on. Stubbs 2 for 4 and a walk tonight, and he takes it high, ball 1. And it's still going. 0-2 count to Adam Jones in Baltimore. Applebaum's on the verge, but not there yet.
You almost put it in the books.
Meanwhile, Ryan Braun is up in Milwaukee. Braun is 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. Now almost 2 full points behind Reyes, who's gone 3 for 5 tonight with a couple of home runs.
You're like an air traffic controller tonight. You're doing an outstanding job.
Just trying to wave in those blimps. 1-1 to Stubbs, and a high fly ball deep to center field. Back goes Pridey to the warning track, back at the wall, leaping, and he can't get it. Stubbs around second, heads for third, and Stubbs slides in with a triple.
He was running hard.
He can fly too. 3rd triple of the year for Drew Stubbs.
Well, nicely,
3rd hit of the night.
Nicely done by Harris. Look at Harris on the left of your screen. Right there. That he's not there. That could have been inside the Parker.
I mean, Stubbs just flying.
No, he doesn't turn it on until now. But he even's got a nice easy gait, huh? That's an effortless style of running.
Boy, I guess no one. You don't have to run. You run when you feel like it.
It's probably the only ballpark in the league that's not a home run.
That's right.
Now the Mets intentionally walk Votto, and we'll see if they intentionally walk Bruce as well. We got the 2 lefties back to back, and then Heisey, the right-hand hitter, behind them. Which way would you go, guys? Would you walk them both and load the bases, or would you not?
I'd face Bruce. Would not face Heisey. I just don't trust is the wrong word. I don't like Igarashi with the bases loaded. Go after Bruce. If you get to a spot where you have to walk him, then you walk him.
Keith, what do you think?
I agree. I don't want to put the pressure on Igarashi to have to throw strikes. Keith goes behind 1-0. Have to throw a life buoy.
Worthen heads to the mound to talk about this, and is this going to be your basic? Well, we're not going to walk him intentionally, but we're not going to give him anything to hit.
Well, yeah, exactly. I think you know, you're trying to let them know. Turner's laughing, by the way. So first with a funny by Mr. Worthen, but now back to business. He has been behind every fastball all night. Now he hit one off Capuano, but that's different. Cap is not in the 95-mile-an-hour range that Igarashi's at. Anything away, up, with some speed on it, he's been swinging through.
So Stubbs at third, Votto at first with 2 out.
And play behind Votto.
And they are.
Bruce has a single, a double, and a 2-run homer tonight.
But I certainly would not give Votto, an uncontested stolen base.
No, play right behind him, then move back.
Shoot, a base hit, then it's a 2-run game.
Well, they are certainly allowing him to run. Evans playing well behind him.
Also, you take the force away, if you let him steal. Just start right behind him. He's not that fast. Once he feels you behind him, he's not going to go.
Well, he's not running.
They're not going to pitch to him.
It's 2-0 to Bruce, and at what point do you just put him on? Heisey on deck. He's gone 0 for 4 tonight. Robbed of a hit by Reyes back in the 8th, remember. Four in the 11th. And that's a letter high strike, 2-1. Ryan Braun just walked for the second time tonight, so he stays put at 335. Reyes at 336, but the lead is almost 2 points for Jose. Now the 2-1, and Bruce swings through the fastball, 2-2.
Can't hit it.
Nope.
Not with that swing. Lights it down and in.
He is blind. He pulls off. He's down and in header, middle in, and down.
Two. Too high. And a full count to Bruce. So now Votto will be in motion. Stubbs the go-ahead run at third. To Bruce, and he walked him, and the bases are loaded for Heisey. So all that effort, and they just could have put him on. So back-to-back walks to the 2 left-hand hitters, and Heisey will come up with the bases loaded.
All that inning after an inning plus of work too for a reliever who's not used to throwing a lot of pitches.
And he had to work hard to get out of a jam in the 10th when the Reds left him loaded. Now they're loaded again in the 11th. Heisey 0 for 4 and a walk. Igarashi's already thrown 33 pitches in an inning and a third of relief. It's a final in Baltimore. The Red Sox held on by their fingernails to beat the Orioles 8-7, and so they go tied into the final day with the Rays. Applebaum retiring Adam Jones on a ground out to end the game. So here's Heisey, and he takes it high for ball 1. So that race is tied going to the last day, and if the Cardinals can hang on to their lead, the National League wild card race would be tied going to the last day. Cardinals are up 9-6 in the 7th in Houston.
As good as it gets. Wow.
Heisey bunting and foul. How about that?
It was ball 2, by the way.
Rockhead.
Huh? Ball 2.
Rocky. Not.
Rocket J.
Squirrel.
I mean, it's 2 out. You got to force at the plate. You got to force at any base.
David wasn't that far back. Oh well. That Cardinal game too. The Cardinals were down 5-0 early, and they came back and took a lead.
Here's the 1-1 to Heisey. Little looper, tough play, and foul ground. Evans won't get there. 1-2. So you got 2 wild card races going down to the last day. You got the National League batting race going down to the last day. You might have home field advantage going down to the last day.
Home run race in the National League going down to the last day.
Yeah, Fielder's got 2 tonight, so he's just one. No, he's got 3 tonight.
No way.
Fielder just hit his 3rd. So he's got 38, ties him for the lead with Kemp. That's amazing. 3 home runs for Fielder tonight. And it's only the 7th inning. He might get another crack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. What a finish. 1-2 to Heisey. Fouls off the fastball. Let's see, Detroit's leading tonight. Texas is early in their game.
What did Cabrera do? Did he have a big day?
He went 2 for 4, I think.
That's not even a big day for him.
Well, he hit his 30th home run in that game, too.
He's got that batting title sewed up.
Yep.
Congratulations to him. He's a fine hitter.
He's going to have a big impact in the postseason. He's a big bat to go with the arm of Verlander. Now the 1-2, and this is low and away. 2-2 to Heisey. Well, Igarashi got the Mets out of a bases loaded jam last night. He got himself out of a bases loaded jam in the 10th, and he's trying to get himself out of a bases loaded jam again. Can he do it 3 times in a row?
Stubbs is faking him down third a couple times, trying to induce a balk. Not so far.
Doing a nice job ignoring him. 2-2. Hit to third. David's got it. He'll go the long way. Side retired. So Igarashi 3 times in a row able to get out of bases loaded trouble and send it to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 4. Of the Cincinnati.
Pitching last night's ball game, he has been the workhorse for the Cincinnati Reds team. The left-hander, 78 appearances, only 47 in the third, so he's their specialty lefty, but specialty out the window in extra inning games.
Well, Mike Baxter, a left-hand hitter, was due to lead off, but Josh Sack will bat for him to give the Mets a right-handed bat. Jason Pridey next, and then Justin Turner here in the bottom of the 11th. And if anybody gets on, Jose Reyes would get another turn. Reyes already with 3 hits tonight. Satin 4 for 22 in his Mets career, and he takes a strike. Josh is 2 for 8 as a pinch hitter and a big 2-run double in St. Louis on the last trip. Nick Massett worked a 1-2-3/10 for the Reds, and Satin fouls off Bray's offering. 0-2. Mets still have a couple of catchers left on their bench, Nikias and Polino. The Reds are out of bench players, but the Mets have used more pitchers tonight. They've already used 7. Swing and a miss, and Satin is down on strikes. So 1 out in the 11th.
A lot of strikeouts in this game.
Met pitchers have struck out 15.
Precisely.
Red pitchers have struck out 8. Here's Bridie. Chasing 0 for 4 tonight. Facing a lefty for the second straight at bat, so he tries the drag bunt and fouls it off.
You can't drink any more coffee, Gary. What's plan B?
You never sleep.
Well, sleeping's not the problem.
Have you read, by the way, that there's a move afoot among major league organizations to limit the use of Red Bull and other energy drinks by the major league players?
I saw that. What a lark.
And
why is that? It's just caffeine, right?
Yeah.
Well, they feel as though some guys might be overusing them and dehydrating themselves.
There's more in coffee than there is in those Red Bull drinks.
Yeah, but you drink the Red Bull a lot faster, I think. I think that's their concern. But, you know, the players' concern is, hey, we've got 162 games in 180 days. You took away our amphetamines. What are we supposed to do? Foul down the left field line now to play.
Well,
too.
not only that, I think that players have become kind of addicted to that Red Bull. Just like the players in our day, Keith, we definitely enjoyed our coffee. You know, that's just part of it.
Well, centralized government.
Oh, here we go.
Now, it's getting late.
There it is.
2-2 to Bridie.
It will be lame duck soon.
Gosh almighty.
Poor Kerry, our stage manager. I said, go for one more cup.
And a full count to Bridie. Josh Stinson readying himself in case there's a 12th inning. And Bridie takes strike 3 call. So back-to-back strikeouts for Bray to begin the bottom of the 11th. And now there are 2 out for Justin Turner.
This fastball right there, perfectly placed. I mean, that's what you spend your entire career being able to throw that pitch right there.
Sam LeCure up in the Cincinnati bullpen. Reds got 8 innings out of their starter tonight, Bronson Arroyo, so they're only on their 4th pitcher. Here's Turner, who came up as a pinch hitter in the 9th, stayed in at second base, grounded out to shortstop. And Justin takes ball 1. Reyes on deck. Jose having a big night, 3 for 5, couple of home runs, a spectacular defensive play, a stolen base, and a lead in the National League batting race. Jose 3 for 5 tonight. And Ryan Braun in Milwaukee 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. Everyday Bill Bray.
Yeah, right.
And he's behind on Turner 3-0. So maybe Reyes does get another crack at it here.
What was your perpetual Pedro was our Mr. Feliciano over the years?
He's perpetual Pedro on pause now.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you know. Oh, the Mets overworked him.
There's ball 4, and so Reyes will come up with the potential winning run at first.
Well, this could be the icing on the cake.
Well, he's been getting loud ovations all night, and even though the crowd now is rather sparse at 10:55, there's a lot of enthusiasm in these final days for Reyes, who has put on a show tonight. And he takes a strike from Bray. Jose hit his 2 home runs as a left-hand batter in the 3rd and in the 5th. He had a 25-foot single as a right-hand batter in the 9th, and you see he's technically 1 point up on Braun, but actually almost 2 points ahead. He's a 336, Braun a 335, but if you stretch it out from there, it's like 1.9 points ahead. Ronnie Polino on deck to bat for the pitcher if the inning continues. The ball a strike to Jose. And he hits it in the air to right. Over toward the line comes Bruce. And that retires the side. So Reyes 3 for 6 on the night. Bruce didn't know how many out there were. We go to the 12th. Still tied up. Stinson will pitch in the 12th for the Mets.
Yeah, came in last night's game. That first pitch slider to Mr. Heisey cost him.
Heisey hit a 3-run homer, put the Reds in front to stay in that game. It'll be Todd Frazier, Ramon Hernandez, and then the pitcher's spot. Remember, the Reds are out of position. Just one pitcher, Dontrell Willis, to pinch hit in this game. And so they'll have to use a pitcher in that spot. So that could come into play here in the 12th. Todd Frazier 0 for 5 tonight before the home folk. And a big chance in the 10th inning and grounded out. The game at Houston has gone to the 8th inning. Cardinals 9, Astros 6. Atlanta got blown out by Philadelphia tonight. And so if the Cardinals win, they will go to the final day tied for the wild card lead. Just as the Red Sox and Rays, who both win tonight, will go to the final day tied for the American League wild card lead. Two balls and a strike to Frazier. The Mets have now used 8 pitchers tonight. Chris Capuano started, went 6 innings, allowed 3 runs, 5 hits, and struck out 9. Pedro Beato 2/3, Tim Burdack 1/3, Manny Acosta an inning and 2/3. Bobby Parnell blew the save in the 9th with 2 out, gave up a double to Juan Francisco. That has us now in the 12th. Daniel Herrera went 1/3. Ryota Igarashi went an inning and 2/3, twice left the bases loaded. And now Stinson pitching in the 12th. And behind 3 and 1 out Frazier. Hit hard, base hit. And Todd Frazier has his first hit of the night. Harris cuts it off nicely, and he'll hold Frazier to a single. So that'll give his rooting contingent something to cheer about.
Bullet. Fastball middle over the head of David. Good job by Harris to cut that off. Yay, the family members that stuck it out got to see their hero with the base hit.
Folks from Tom's River awfully happy. So they got a runner aboard now, and it's time to text. Ramon Hernandez coming up. Mike Leake has come out on deck to be a pinch hitter. Leake, who's a pretty good hitting pitcher, hoping to have a bunting situation if they can get Hernandez on.
Might be two with Hernandez's lack of speed. Turner hangs in and throws the one hopper inside and pulls it out. Turner got taken out by Frazier and hung in and made the throw.
Well, he always hangs in. Nice pick by Satin. That's an in-between hop. Not easy. Nicely done. No. He got out of the way. Nice.
So the Mets have had their problems at times turning double plays. That cost them a couple of runs back in the first. Turned that one. And now Mike Leake will be the pinch hitter.
Good job with the right leg by Turner. Looked like he was on the pommel horse. Very nice.
Might need him at the New York City Ballet. Mike Leake, whose year began poorly in a department store.
Oh, that's right.
Trying to finish it with a big hit.
I was hoping we forgot.
He's had a pretty good year. 12-9, 3.86 ERA in the starting rotation most of the year after a brief trip to the minors.
See Ike's teammate at ASU?
Yeah, Ike was the better pitcher, if you'll remember.
If you ask Ike.
I think if you ask Leake, too.
Really?
I know Ike threw harder. Leake's got 11 hits this year, but Stinson's ahead 0-2, and it's taken high. Edgar Renteria hitting ninth in the order, waiting on deck. So the Reds using their second pitcher as a pinch hitter in this game. And Leake stays alive. What is this, a memorabilia show?
I'm signing 3 balls for Wayne.
Wayne Hagen?
Yes.
Very nice of you. Does he know there's a game on?
I can multitask.
Swing and a miss. Leake is down on strikes.
That's a strike. That's a strike 3.
Excellent analysis. To the bottom of the 12th. Still tied at 4. Sam LeCure will pitch the bottom of the 12th for Cincinnati.
Not Robert Smith. Sam LeCure doing the pitching. 43rd game of the year. 76 innings. This bullpen has got a lot of work. They've even this season with their record 28-28 from the bullpen guys.
Ronnie Polino will be the pinch hitter for the Mets, leading off the bottom of the 12th. Well, Polino hit his second home run of the year on Sunday. Let's see if he's got another one in him. It'll be Polino, then Willie Harris and David Wright for the Mets in the bottom of the 12th. Mets have been out hit 14-10. Game has been tied since the 9th, when the Reds got even with 2 out. And slider in for a strike to Polino.
Keith, your burger place still open?
Probably not.
No.
Check swing tapper, and LeCure's got it. Polino retired, 1 away. Well, the Reds bullpen has been almost perfect. Chapman, Massett, Bray have each thrown a scoreless inning. And now LeCure off to a good start. Willie Harris has gone 0 for 5 tonight. Had to face Chapman in the 9th inning with a chance to win it. Mets at first and third and 1 out. And Harris worked the count to 3-1. Got a pitch he could hit the other way. Hit it pretty decently, but right at Heisey. And that sent it on to extra inning.
That was a good at bat. It really was.
David Wright waiting on deck behind Harris, who's hitting him the 3rd spot in the order for the 4th straight game. And they have got Joey Votto almost on the line at first base against Willie.
We also have the second baseman way over. Little simple ball to the left of the pitcher. Ground ball is a base hit.
LeCure ahead 0-2. And he nicks the inside corner and gets Harris looking. So that's 10 strikeouts for Cincinnati pitching tonight. 2 out and nobody on.
Scott played. Oh, he brought it back in.
Still, that ball, that was a good pitch. Just Willie, I think, thought one of the sliders was down.
Del Thayer, next man up in the Mets bullpen, getting ready for the 13th. David Wright trying to make a 13th unnecessary. Has gone 1 for 5 tonight. Singled in a run back in the 1st inning. Mets were down in this game 2-0 before they ever came to bat on a Jay Bruce 2-run homer. But Wright singled in a run. Reyes then hit 2 home runs to put the Mets in front. But the Reds tied it. Tolley got a base hit to drive in a run in the 6th to put the Mets back in front before Francisco's double off Parnell in the 9th to tie it up again. On the backhand, Renteria. And a close play at first, but he gets right to end the inning. So on we go to the 13th. LeCure gets the Mets out 1-2-3. Still 4-4 at Citi Field. Renteria will lead off against the new Met pitcher Dale Thayer. Thayer, the 9th Met pitcher of the night, and that ties a club record. It's the 2nd time the Mets have done it this month.
Jeez.
They had 9 pitchers against the Cubs September 11th. 7th time in Mets history they've used 9 pitchers in a game. And who knows if he's the last. Renteria takes a strike. 3rd at bat for Renteria, who came up as a pinch hitter in the 9th and got a big hit. Alan Craig just hit a 3-run homer for the Cardinals, and they've stretched their lead to 12-6 in a game they once trailed 5-0. So if that holds up, they'll be tied with the Braves going to the final day. Josh Stinson worked the 12th, gave up no runs and 1 hit. And now Thayer pitching the 13th. A ball and 2 strikes to Renteria. Juan Francisco, who hit the game tying hit, is on deck. And then Drew Stubbs. And a pop up in foul ground. Satin comes in to call. 1 out. Which leads us to Keith's train of thought, brought to you by Acela.
Well, my thought would be right now, what about these teams going into tomorrow? These 4 teams that are playing for the whole shooting match. How do they stay relaxed? How do you go home and go to sleep? Well, it's easy to go to sleep. You've had a long night at the ballpark. You know, my feeling is, would you rather be playing in a game like this, you know, where both teams are playing it out, or would you rather be in something exciting and a challenge? It's always a challenge, sports. So my feeling is you go in with the attitude that it's another challenge, and boy, what a fun game to play in. Now, Ronnie, for a starting pitcher, you got 2 guys out there that everybody's relying on a good outing now. That's a whole different ball of beeswax.
So you're the Acela train of thought. I'm more of like the Northeast Regional.
Yes.
So I think one is that these teams are in different positions. Tampa Bay is playing nice and loose. Boston has all the pressure on them, just like Atlanta has all the pressure, and the Cardinals are playing it safe and loose.
Francisco drives one to right center. That's going to go up the gap and all the way to the wall. Francisco has another extra base hit. Takes a turn at second, heads for third. Reyes with the relay. Offline. Right reaches back and can't get him. And Francisco's in with a triple. Very aggressive base running by Francisco. His 2nd extra base hit of the night. A better throw, and they would have had him at third.
Well, this is called, I want to get out of here. And that's all there is to it. And he really wouldn't have gone earlier in the game. He's dead as a doornail if Jose makes a good throw. But he's offline, and, hey, force it.
First triple for Juan Francisco, who had the game-tying double in the 9th.
I guess he can run.
Well, he didn't run very hard on the ground ball he hit the last time up, but he busted it here. So now the Mets have to bring the infield in. And he ran hard from the crack of the bat.
Well, you've got a guy up now with over 200 strikeouts.
Drew Stubbs, though, has 3 hits tonight, a single, double, and triple, so he's in line for a cycle if he can take one deep. Infield in, squeezes on, and Stubbs gets the bunt down. The Reds take the lead.
Wow.
A suicide squeeze. Stubbs got the job done, bringing in Francisco to put Cincinnati in front 5-4.
What a smart play by Dusty Baker right there, I must say, because you got a guy that strikes out over 200 times in a season. This takes him out of the play, just put the bunt down and execute it beautifully. Really a nice play.
All the excitement of the triple, the close play at third base. Everyone's thinking about what pitch am I going to throw to strike out. We'll try to attempt to go after striking out Stubbs, and they put down the bunt. Nice call. I agree, Keith.
So it's 5-4 Cincinnati. Stubbs gets credit for a sacrifice and an RBI. So Stubbs with a big night, single, double, triple. Forget the home run for the cycle.
Yeah.
The suicide squeeze completes a different kind of cycle. And that gets Francisco Cordero back up in the Cincinnati bullpen, ready for a save opportunity as Votto grounds one down to Satin. He'll take it himself for the second out. For the third out, excuse me. So the side retired. A triple for Francisco. He comes in on the suicide squeeze, and the Mets down a run. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. Today's Doctor of Distinction is Dr. Brian Moynihan, Advanced Urology Centers of New York. The best care in the world right in your backyard. Log on to AUCofNY.com. By Fast 5, own it on Blu-ray and DVD on October 4th. By AT&T, Rethink Possible. By Geico. And by Verizon Fios. Switch to Fios and network ahead. To learn more, visit Verizon.com/getFios. Francisco Cordero worked around some trouble for a save last night. Goes for number 37 tonight.
Well, 326 career saves. He got that in last night's ball game. That tied him with Roberto Hernandez for 11th all-time.
Well, Nick Evans, who couldn't get a bunt down against Cordero last night, will lead off for the Mets in the bottom of the 13th. Remember, last night Harris was up against Cordero, doubled. Wright was hit by a pitch, and then Evans asked to bunt them along, bunted into a fielder's choice, and then Josh Tolley grounded into a double play to end the game. So now Evans will try and get it started against Cordero with the Mets down a run. Nick 1 for 5 tonight, a double back in the 6th inning, and Cordero behind him 2-0. Tolley and Satin to follow. Mets have only one available bench player, and that's Mike Nickias. With Duda, Pagan, and Bay all not available, we presume.
Jeez.
3-0 to Evans. Cordero is the 15th pitcher to work in this game. 9 for the Mets and now 6 for the Reds. There's a strike. 3-1 to Nick. They've gone to the 9th in Milwaukee with the Brewers leading the Pirates 6-4. And so it looks like Braun may not get another at bat. That's inside, ball 4. And the Mets have the tying run aboard. So Braun is 1 for 2. It looks like he might finish there tonight at 3.3453. Reyes is at 3.3582, about a point in the third ahead.
So Braun and Fielder might not get in that bat.
Right. Fielder probably will not. Fielder with 3 home runs tonight. Unless the Pirates score 2 or more runs in the top of the 9th. That game's also of import for the Brewers because it would be their 95th win. Arizona has 93 wins, and they're playing right now scoreless with the Dodgers in the 6th. If they tie, then Arizona has the tiebreaker and will get home field in the first round.
So if they get this win, they put them out of it, and Milwaukee will play Arizona.
Well, they're not out of it unless Arizona loses tonight. Might have a chance to tie them tomorrow since Arizona has the tiebreaker. So here's Tolley. Let's see if the Mets ask him to bunt, which has been a big problem for this team, especially lately. Josh is 2 for 5 tonight. You got Josh Satin waiting on deck, and he is asked to bunt, and he fouls it off.
I'm sorry, made a mistake there. Milwaukee, if they stay ahead of Arizona, of course, they'll play the wild card team.
And then in the American League, Detroit has won tonight, so they've got 94 wins. Texas has 94 wins, and in that case, the Tigers have the tiebreaker over the Rangers.
I'm making all kind of mistakes. Now, if the Cardinals get the wild card.
Yeah, so it's all every matchup is up in the air still. And Tolle lays off. It's a ball and a strike. Nick Punto just did a home run for the Cardinals. Now you know they're having a good first of the year. And Cordero nearly threw it away.
And then they almost got Nick Evans because he was thinking that with the jump.
A nice deke by Votto.
Watch Nick thinking, what should I go? Oops, stay there, kid. There you go.
Got the foot on the back, like they teach you in Little League.
Backman told him to hold.
There goes Evans, swung and missed, and Evans a dead duck at second. So the Mets played hit and run, and Evans, who's not fast at all, gets gunned down for the first down.
Everybody's in the corner, and a good call, and totally didn't make the contact.
Yeah, that's not Evans' fault.
That's a pitch to hit, too.
Josh has got to make contact.
Well, if you're Terry, you got to be confident in Tolle's ability to put the bat on the ball. I mean, that's his game, but he just couldn't do it. Now the 1-2, and it skips away.
What is this?
So the Mets have the tying run erased. 1 out and nobody on. A 2-2 count to Tolle. And Cordero really not helping himself. Just got a break on the blown hit and run play. Now he's gone 3-2 on Tolle.
Everybody has problems with the closer, Gary, except for one team in baseball. Everybody. Care who you are.
There's ball 4. Tolle's on. Back-to-back walks issued by Cordero.
Can you believe he threw a split finger there? 3-2.
The guy in Detroit's been pretty good this year.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, give me a window of time.
Year to year.
A window of time.
Jason Bay has come in as a pinch runner, running for Tolle at first base. Bay, who has been feeling miserable for about a week now with a sinus infection, tried to play a few innings on Saturday, had to shut it down, but well enough to pinch run here, carrying the tying run. So Bay running for Tolle. Satin the batter. Satin has been up once in this game, struck out in the 11th, and stayed in at first base. Be a nice time for his first big league home run, wouldn't it?
I like that call.
Jeez, look at this guy.
Pitching everyone like they're Willie Mays. Take advantage of it, Josh. Let me get a slider in the middle of the plate.
And it's away, 2-0. Satin hit 12 minor league home runs this year. Named the Mets Organizational Player of the Year. And he could make the organization real happy with one big swing. Cordero's given up 6 home runs this year. Jason goes diving back. That uniform's been white for about a week. It's finally got some dirt on it. To Satin, and he takes a strike.
Didn't have to call that pitch a strike either. Always bothers me when the pitcher's struggling And the umpire gives him a break.
Got a good fastball.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to throw it. Look at that. It's just
trick everybody.
Stop the swing in time, and it's 3-1. Well, he's walked 2 batters in a row. Now he's behind Satin 3-1 with Pridey on deck. Getting a little more difficult for Coco Cordero.
He might take him deep, Gary. 3-1 counts. Got to throw a strike. Going to get a pitch to hit, you would think.
He's kept everything away from Satin.
That's a balk.
Walk.
Hey, balk.
And down to second goes Bay. How about that?
He's confused by the signs. He's looking in, waiting for the call. Doesn't see the pitch he wants. And just a little pause.
No flinch before he stepped off. So now the Mets are a base hit away from tying it, with Bay in second and 1 out. A 3-1 count to Satin. Nothing easy for anybody tonight.
No. I mean, this is a veteran pitcher. Been around forever.
Now finally has his sign. And he walks Satin. 3 walks in a row. Issued by Francisco Cordero, throwing a ball. And the Mets have 2 men aboard.
3-1 slider.
cannot get his breaking ball over.
326 saves, and you got to get somebody else up.
Brian Price just picked up the phone. But it's going to take somebody a little bit to get himself ready. So Jason Pridey will face Cordero. Pridey's gone 0 for 5 tonight. Struck out his last 2 at-bats. Tying run at second. Potential winning run at first. Mets down 5-4 in the 13th. And Pridey takes it low for ball 1.
Let's see if Pridey can hit one more 3-run home run this year. Why not?
Hit a couple early in the season. He's got 4 home runs this year. Jose Arredondo gets up in the bullpen. 1-0 to Pridey. And it's 2-0.
Jeez.
We have seen our share of pitcher meltdowns this year, haven't we?
You're calling that pitching?
I said pitcher.
You're right. You're right. They just can't get back to where he wants to be.
3-0.
Jeez.
Got to take 2 pitches here.
Justin Turner on deck. Dusty Baker can hardly bear to look. Here's the 3-0. And he walks him. The bases are loaded.
Jeez.
4 straight walks issued by Cordero. Only the blown hit and run play has saved him.
Did you see that? Dusty was going out, and Brian Price said, I've been out there already, brother. You cannot go out yet.
Well,
let me see if he's ready.
Unless Arredondo's ready.
Let's get someone out to talk to Cordero. Stall for a while.
Yeah, someone on the infield.
Right?
Or the catcher. Look at that. 20 pitches, only 4 strikes. So Justin Turner steps in. A base hit could win it for New York.
You got to take a strike here.
Made the tying run as a third. Satin the potential winning run at second. 1 out. And Turner takes ball 1, and Cordero has just lost the strike zone.
Take, say, take.
And finally a strike. 1-1 to Turner.
Well, he's made a mess of this inning. Get a base hit here, Justin.
Turner's been the Mets' best all year with runners in scoring position. He's grounded out and walked tonight 0 for 1. And he lines one right to the second baseman. Frazier with the unassisted double play. The ball game is over.
Living right.
Cordero walks 4 and commits a balk in the bottom of the 13th. But a squeeze bunt in the top of the inning stands up. And a night when Jose Reyes had 3 more hits and hit a couple of home runs, the Reds make it 2 for 2 in this series, winning 5-4 in 13.
Well, hanging slider, bullet hit right to the second baseman. Frazier playing in the perfect position. And I don't even know if you can celebrate it for Cordero. If I was him, I'd just run in the dugout, into the shower. Let the Reds win. Get a couple in a row here.
Good Lord.
So the Reds, in the second to last game of the year, are able to shake hands. They tied it with 2 out in the 9th on Juan Francisco's double. They get a squeeze bunt from Drew Stubbs in the top of the 13th, and Cordero gets the luckiest save in the world, his 37th of the year, as Cincinnati wins it 5-4 in 13 innings.